the Gouch Malo in the building. Shout out to Gouch Malo, average non-voter. Yeah, man. Throw it up if you a soldier. Uh, what's cracking? Ain't nothing, man. I'm hanging. I'm hanging. Tailored wheels, handyman. What's cracking? I love the way you carry you. Do 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 do. You got a lot of class and good taste. And you don't have to say how much you love me, girl, 'cause it's written all over your face. It's written all over your face. Ooh. You don't have to say a word. You don't have to say a word. You don't have to say a word. Smile, 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 smile for me. Better than anything I ever heard. Uh, what's cracking? What's cracking, man? How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? Huh? How is everybody doing? Love the way you carry you. Do do do. You got a lot of class and good taste. And you don't have to say how much you care for me. What's cracking? Rafi got flavor. 45 revolver. Yeah. Not Jimmy Stewart in the building. Got a great show for you guys tonight, man. Great show. Fantastic show, man. Fantastic show for you guys tonight, man. Want to show y'all something right quick, man. This is what the titles are today, man. This shit is evil, man. These people are evil. These people are evil. You hear me? These people are evil, man. Shout out to not Jimmy Stewart, man. These people are evil, man. Salute to Marble Buster Hoonahan, man. Bob Buster Hoonahan, he reposted the show on social media. Shout out to you, man. I don't know how you, salute to you, man. Look at these titles, man. Look at these titles, man. These shits is disgusting, man. These people are fucking disgusting, man. These liberals are disgusting, yo. Shout out to Nate Wiggs, man. These people are disgusting, man. Look at this title. Exclusive. Jimmy Kimmel condemns Trump's response after Charlie Kirk shooting. How Charlie Kirk turned campuses into cultural battlefields. You see this shit, man? This shit is disgusting, man. This is disgusting. This is disgusting, man. Dude, look at this, man. Look how foul this is, man. I thought rappers were evil when they make fun of other dead rappers. I thought that was evil, man. But those rappers are usually pieces of shit that would probably kill them too. These are like two little gangbangers and shit going at it. This is different, man. Charlie was. These people are. Yo, these people are awful, man. Golly, man. Look at these titles, man. Look at these titles. Trump escalates attacks on political opponents after Charlie Kirk's killing. Trump escalates. Yeah, listen, man. I told you they're evil. Any party led by black women and shit and fucking faggots is gonna be evil. You got too many groups that are too many groups that just got a lot of evil in them, a lot of cantankerousness. Most homosexuals are messy, backbiting. They embody the worst parts of female character. Gays and transsexuals, while they're cosplaying, embody the worst traits and aspects of female nature. Press one. The Democratic Party, man. I love the way you carry you. Do do do. You got a lot of class and good taste. This is sad, man. These titles are disgusting, man. These titles are effing disgusting, man. Yo, these titles are effing disgusting, man. Look at that title. Trump escalates attacks on political opponents after Charlie Kirk's killing. Oh, that's the story. So that's the big story. Extra, extra, read all about it. Trump ramps up rhetoric against radical left in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing. These people are menaces, man. They're straight up menaces. These people are menaces. Straight up menaces. Straight up and down, these people are menaces. Support the channel, man. Support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. Look at these titles that they're coming with now, man. Trump gave vastly different responses to Charlie Kirk's and Melissa Hortman's assassinations. Who the fuck is Melissa Hortman? Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is Melissa Hortman? These people are awful, man. These are some of the worst people in the world, man. How Charlie Kirk turned campuses into cultural battlefields and ushered in Trump's assault on universities. How Charlie Kirk turned campuses into cultural battlefields and ushered in Trump's assault on universities. These people are disgusting, man. Word up, man. Word up. These people are awful. When I say awful, man, I mean awful. These people are awful. Yeah, I know who that whore, that Minnesota lady was, but what the fuck? She wasn't assassinated, man. That was a Tim Walz fanatic. Dave Portnoy viral comment: Donald Trump played huge part in Charlie Kirk's death. Explained. These people are awful, man. I mean, awful. Awful. These people are awful, man. I hate these people. I ain't even gonna lie, man. I ain't even gonna lie. I hate liberals, man. I hate liberals, man. I ain't even gonna lie, man. Let me refresh the screen right quick, man. I ain't even gonna lie. I hate liberals, man. I fucking hate y'all, man. I hate y'all, man. Fuck y'all. Hate liberals, man. God damn, man. I fucking hate these people, man. These people are so ugly inside and out. They're ugly inside and out. This guy ain't deserve that, man. And we gonna get into that, man. This guy ain't deserve that, man. He ain't deserve that. He ain't deserve that. He ain't deserve that. They gonna try to make it seem like he deserved this shit. He didn't deserve that shit. That guy didn't deserve that, man. Listen, man. Everyone hit that like. Everyone hit that like button for me, man. Smash that like button for me, man. Phone, man. Smash that like button for me, man. Take that $20, that $50 challenge, man. Support the show, man. We about to get into it, man. I can't hold it back no more, man. I mean, this shit got me pissed off, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm pissed off, man. I'm pissed off, man. I'm pissed off, man. I'm pissed off, man. I'm about to cook. We got to flame these motherfuckers tonight, man. We gonna flame these people tonight, man. And look at the strength his wife showed, man. Look at the strength his wife showed, man. Look how strong his wife is, man. Days after this, man. Look how strong his wife is. And she had a husband. This ain't no baby daddy. Imagine what she's doing through right now, man. She can't even pick up the fucking paper. She can't go online because everybody's cheering on her. She can't go online. Everybody's cheering on her husband's death. Then if she read, on social media, then if she go on the regular mainstream media, they talking slick shit. She can't scroll through Instagram because she might see somebody celebrating her husband's death. I mean, she don't have no choice but to be strong. You know what I'm saying? She really don't have no choice. Dang, I wonder if they ever talked about this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wonder if they ever talked about it. Like, you know what I do? I don't know. I don't know.
Have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband...
Look at this weird looking faggot right here. Look at this weird looking fucking shit stain right here on the screen. Yo, he just looks weird. All these fucking liberals look weird as shit. Look at him. He just look how weird and fucked up, and you can see his evilness. You can see the pain, the rejection. You know what I'm saying? You can see the pain and rejection, and a lot of these liberals were hurt early, just like we all were, and they dealt with it in the wrong way. Okay, we all been hurt, but these motherfuckers, they deal with it the wrong way.
Husband's mission was powerful before. You have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea.
Erica Kirk's statement about evildoers sounds deliberately vague. Almost.
Jesus Christ. I hate y'all, man. Hey, if y'all get to say this about a dead man, all bets is off. All bets is off. All bets is off, man. If y'all can talk like that about a dead, how come you can't call him a faggot now? Think about it, man. He's literally gonna get up here and he used the mourning wife speech, the speech of a mourning wife, as a vehicle to talk shit about a man who was executed in front of his kids. But you can't call him a faggot. Press 1. Oh, we gonna cook tonight. We gonna cook tonight. He's mocking this woman who just lost her husband in the most brutal way, but you can't call him a fruit cup. If you call him a fruit cup, you gotta lose your job. You've crossed the line. If you call him a fudge packer, you've crossed the line. He's literally mocking a woman who just watched her husband die from getting shot in the neck from 200 yards away in front of 3,000 people. He's using that to mock the woman, but if you call him a butt pirate, well that's too far. You've crossed some line, some invisible line. You've crossed it. Think about that, y'all. What an evil person. What an evil they, them. You're one of the worst they, thems we've ever seen, you piece of shit they, them.
You have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea.
Erica Kirk's statement about evildoers sounds deliberately vague, almost like she's casting blame on everywhere and nowhere at the same time. But let's speak facts. There wasn't some shadowy army behind Charlie Kirk's death. There wasn't some coordinated effort. There was one man. One trigger was pulled by one man. So why does the language sound like she's pointing fingers at entire communities?
Because she is. Y'all have been talking shit about him. Y'all are celebrating. Whatever point you would have made would have been more valid if y'all weren't celebrating. Y'all are literally celebrating his death and still trying to play the victim. You celebrating this. So what do you mean? You're celebrating his death now.
Entire country and this world. You have no idea.
Erica Kirk's statement about evildoers sounds deliberately vague, almost like she's casting blame on everywhere and nowhere at the same time. But let's speak facts. There wasn't some shadowy army behind Charlie Kirk's death. There wasn't some coordinated effort. There was one man. One trigger was pulled by one man. So why does the language sound like she's pointing fingers at entire communities? Why does it sound like she's leaving the door open to blame anyone and everyone? Immigrants, liberals, people of color, LGBTQ folks, whoever her audience already sees as the enemy. Instead of facing the facts that this was an act carried out by one single individual, her framing takes a tragic reality and twists it into fuel for more division, as if she's trying to turn personal grief into a political weapon.
Whew.
The evildoers.
I hate these people, man. These people don't know how much people hate them. They have no idea how much people hate them. Wow. Mm. Very strong woman, man. I salute her strength, man. This ain't just a tough time. This is a time where she probably don't know which way is up. She probably don't know which way is up. And she got little kids too. And them little kids, still like, Jesus Christ.
Baked into the idea of white privilege is that inherently in our culture or society, somebody that has white skin color in this audience has extra privileges that you as a black individual do not have. Can you list what those are?
Sure. When
Okay, so list the privileges that other people have that you don't have. List the privileges other people have that you don't have. Basically, he telling them to lie. He basically said, are you going to lie? Are you going to lie in front of all these people? Or are you just going to pass on this question?
Baked into the idea of white privilege is that inherently in our culture or society, somebody that has white skin color in this audience has extra privileges that you as a black individual do not have. Can you list what those are?
Sure. When FDR employed the New Deal to counteract the Great Depression, this came with resources that was allowed it to white people. Banks denied 99% of qualified black applicants while also accepting 99% of white applicants.
But today in
Did you hear what this nigga just said? Did you hear what this? You hear what this big nigga? This is a big nigga though, man. I don't want to talk too crazy about him. He big as shit. Look at this nigga, man. You believe what this nigga just said? Listen to what this nigga just said.
Allowed it to white people. Banks denied 99% of qualified black applicants while also accepting 99% of white applicants.
But today in
He said after the New Deal, banks accepted 99% of loans for applicants, for white applicants, and denied 99% for black applicants. So let's just say the 1% is negligible. So what he's basically saying is that after Lyndon Johnson signed the New Deal, banks accepted loan applications from every white person that showed up. Press 1 if that's what you got out of that. Every white person who showed up and asked for a loan, they got it. And every black person that showed up for a loan, they were denied. That's what I got from what he said. That's what I got from what he said. How could a bank stay in business doing that? A bank is still a business. Giving a loan to every white person that showed up. Do you know how long it would take before every white person was like, hey, yo, you want some free money? Just go to the bank. They're going to take your loan because you're white. And all the responsible black people, like the black people that would pay loans, that had good credit back in those days, the bank wouldn't loan them any money because, you know, they black. But they would loan every homeless people. What would stop every homeless person in America from going to the bank in 1960s? From the way he said, you know how he don't understand how the streets work. The streets would find that out, right? The streets is full of scammers. Everybody in the street is scammers. How long would it take for the streets to find out, yo, a white person can go to a bank and they're going to get a loan automatically? Every homeless person in the fucking world will go to the bank. Every fucking bum mobster, biker, Harley Davidson, biker gang. Every doctor, lawyer, everybody would just go to the bank and get their loan because they're white. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
FDR employed the New Deal to counteract the Great Depression. This came with resources that was allowed it to white people. Banks denied 99% of qualified black applicants while also accepting 99% of white applicants.
But today in 2025.
Okay, today in 2025, as I alluded to you, they've done studies in psychology where white-sounding names receive jobs or callbacks more than black-sounding names. They did the two names. It was a white young lady named Anna Scott, and it was a black young lady named Lakeisha Washington. They both put in 80 job applications. Lakeisha Washington received 9 callbacks and received 75 callbacks out of 80.
That's a good point. I actually, that study is debated, but let's pretend it's true. Do you think it's racism or something else?
I think that answer is multifaceted.
Because it didn't. Let me make the best. Sorry to interrupt you. If we live under a status of DEI and people are getting jobs that they're not qualified for, wouldn't then an applicant then assume maybe that an applicant might be there based on DEI, not on merit? It actually creates more racism where it doesn't exist.
So DEI is not about going and grabbing some random person of color and saying you therefore qualified. DEI is about considering other qualified applicants.
Well, let's take airline pilots. United Airlines wants 40% all of their airline pilots to be women or people of color. Why does that matter? Number one, because I want a qualified airline pilot, not a person of color airline pilot.
Understood.
So you agree. But number two, there's only so many airline pilots jobs. So when you say we want 40%, by definition, then you have to discriminate against a certain group to get another group to advance, right?
Understood.
Because there's not unlimited amounts of spots for airline pilots or air traffic control or surgeons or whatever position. So when you say that we want to have a quota, that then you have to say we're not going to prioritize a certain group. Let me tell you what I believe, and maybe you might actually agree with it, because I think you do. What we believe as conservatives is that skin color really doesn't matter that much. We care about character and merit. We want a country built on what you bring to the table, not how you look.
Exactly. And America started out with that based on merit, and theoretically it was supposed to work. In practice, it did not, which is why you have these different programs of affirmative action, DEI, and the Civil Rights Act, because they were not working. You cannot ignore that these policies were created to counteract racism. A counteract to racism is not racism in itself.
Well, I reject the premise, and I will say this. If you do something racist on top of something racist, that doesn't make the second racist action good. Because if you discriminate against white people to say that we're fighting racism, then that's not a good idea. But instead, I think you can agree that when we build a society like college admissions or job applications, we should say no quotas and just merit. You agree?
I agree.
Then you're against DEI, because DEI says quotas.
Yeah, let me finish. I agree to a certain extent. So when you mention about discriminating against whites, of course, I don't agree with that.
Well, that is DEI, just so we're clear.
Right. And I'm going to say it again.
Cool.
DEI was created to offset racism. We left it up to majority of white America to include people of color or qualifying credentials. They would not. So my argument is that you're saying it's reverse racism. My argument is that it needed to be there to counteract racism. Sounds like we need to find a different solution for both parties.
I have a great solution. Stop talking about race all the time. Race doesn't mean anything. Because I look at you not as a black guy, but as a human being made in the image of God, and I want to know what you bring to the table. Are you good at the job? Are you better than your competitor? Because let me just pause for a second. I just want you to hear out what we believe is that when you talk about race all the time, you start to resegregate society based on tribes, and you lose this idea of e pluribus unum, all made in the image of God, out of many one. And yes, we have made many mistakes in our past, but we were getting closer as a country in my childhood as being not obsessed with race. We've become more race obsessed over the last 10 years, especially the last 5 years, which is why we're seeing the anti-DEI movement, which actually ends up hurting people of color more than previously. And I guess the biggest question, though, is that why should race matter at all? Shouldn't we just de-emphasize it?
What I wanted to first respond to is the notion of stop talking about race. I don't agree with that notion for the simple fact that Talking about things bring awareness. Awareness leads to actions. Actions produce change results. I just want to use your logic and flip it on you. Imagine if you had cancer and your doctor was like, let's just stop talking about it. It wouldn't, in the same context that racism wouldn't go away.
Got it.
Cancer wouldn't go away.
Let's accept that premise.
Not.
Do you think racism is a top 100 problem in America?
I think it is. I haven't considered the other 99 to give a thorough.
Crime, fathers not being around, obesity, suicide, mental health issues,
For sure.
anxiety, cost of college, an open border, Russian-Ukrainian war, nuclear proliferation, artificial intelligence, the rise of China. Like all that's probably more important than racism. So
I'm not saying it is or isn't.
But however,
you're kind of changing the subject.
No, I'm not. But I'm going to say use your premise. If I have cancer, that's the most important thing happening to me.
Correct.
Racism is not a cancer on America. Racism is sin, and we'll never get rid of sin because we are broken, fallen creatures from our Creator, and we rebelled.
Right, so that you do not solve issues by not discussing them. If you and your wife have, I'm not sure if you're married, if you and your wife have a disagreement with communication, and you tell her, like, hey, let's just stop talking about our problems. Problems do not disappear.
I actually don't think it's an issue nearly as much as you do. I think we've made it a bigger issue.
I'm not making it a bigger issue. I'm just discussing. This is just my talking
I'm saying generally, but like, let's just say, and then I do want to get your definition though. What is racism?
Racism is a form of feeling superiority. It is expressed through discrimination and through the legal system.
That's not what racism is. Feeling of superiority. Salute to Savage Red, man. He says, Savage Red Recovery says the left don't understand the can of worms they open. I mean, they've completely taken off all their clothes. They left their diary. They left their diary in the student commons. They accidentally left their diary in the girls' bathroom. It's like some chick bringing her diary to school and leaving it like somewhere in like the girls' locker room somewhere. That's what the left has done, man. They completely exposed themselves, man. This guy, I don't want to beat up, but this guy's not mentally equipped to deal with. And that's one thing. Who remembers David Carroll? You probably don't if you're not a lot of black dudes remember David Carroll. He's a black YouTuber. He said he don't debate people who are not his intellectual equals. He said he refuses to debate people that are not his intellectual equals.
Yep. Hey, Charlie, how's it going? So I wanted to speak to you about sex and gender. I think we have a disagreement there. I feel like we can agree on sex. There are male, female, you're either born male, female, or in some cases, some instances, there's a case of intersex persons. But I think our disagreement lays with your interpretation or your take on gender and how it's directly linked to sex. And I just kind of want to see where, what's your thoughts on gender, or what's your take? Because I'm not quite sure. I'm not really caught up on what you've.
Sure. So gender's a made-up concept. Do you know who made it up?
Who made it up?
A guy by the name of John Money in the 1960s. And why did he make it up?
No, I was going to say, wouldn't technically anything be a made-up concept?
No, sex is not made up. You can look at sex. XX and XY chromosomes are not made up. Are not made up.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we're on the same page about that.
So sex is observing. Gender is creating something new. Totally different. We observe nature. Gender is creating a new thing out of thin air that has no applicability to our discourse or dialogue. So there are 0 genders, 2 sexes, infinite personalities. We recognize that people have different personalities. We don't think you should get a different definition on the forms you fill out or how people talk to you, recognize you, or how you are treated.
So when it comes to defining or looking at and seeing what or who is a man or a woman, it only refers to sex. Like if they have a Is that
Correct.
correct?
And it's worked really well for all of humanity. We decided to screw it up the last 20 years.
But what about with like societal implications with the way what's it called, gender, with the way with the way gender is expressed? You could, for example, you could have a you could be a trans. If let me take this for example. If I was transgender, say I was born female, but with the way I present myself, if I shave my mustache. I shave my mustache. I dress like a male. When I'm walking down the street, you would think I'm a. What would you think I am?
What I think is irrelevant. You can disguise yourself to look something you are not. I can wear blackface. Do I become black?
No, of course
Oh,
not.
so wait, hold on. If then a man dresses like a woman, why does he become a woman?
It's not that he becomes a woman. It's he's seen and he's
But
he's
then
seen
why should
as
he be
a woman.
recognized as something that he's not?
It's not that he needs to. It's not that they need to be recognized.
Oh no, that's what it's all about. It's about recognizing a delusion. You can dress however you wish. You can act however you wish, but I'm not going to recognize your lie. In fact, you could get in trouble for mispronouncing in the state of California. We're teaching our kids you must pronoun correctly, and you actually have to certify the delusion. So again, I say if I wear blackface and I don't become black, why does a man who wear a dress become a woman?
It's not. I feel like it's not up for someone. I feel like it's not up for you to decide. I think it's up for the individual, and I think the way they express themselves through through either the way they express themselves through their through their apparel, through their attire. I think that's more indicative of
Okay,
how
then
society,
let's play this out.
views
If everyone can just choose however they want, should biological men who are born as a man be able to compete in female sports? I'm asking.
No, I don't believe that biological men should be in
Good.
women's sports.
And God bless you for saying that, because that's at. So here's another question: should biological men who identify as women be able to go into women's locker rooms?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Biological man, so he has a.
Okay.
And he says he's a woman. Should he be allowed to go into female locker rooms?
I mean, no. We have on campus. We have all gender restrooms on campus where males and females are.
I think that's a terrible idea, right? So, because male female distinctions are critically important. It's how society is structured.
Yeah, but we have these shared spaces, and there hasn't been any sort of issues, or I think the major consensus surrounding it is that people are actually enjoy the all gender bathrooms.
Let's talk about locker rooms, though. Do you think women would enjoy undressing next to a fully unclothed man?
No, I don't think so. I don't.
Okay, so then we should prohibit that. So we agree. So, and then finally, do you think that a young 15-year-old here in California, a young boy who thinks he is a girl, should he be allowed to chop his off?
Can you say that again from the start?
15-year-old boy in California. He thinks he's transgender.
Okay.
Should he be allowed to go chop his parts off?
Should he be allowed? I think that's a conversation for him and his medical and his doctor and his family. I mean, it's not my job to.
Should 15-year-olds be allowed to get tattoos?
Should 15-year-olds be allowed to get tattoos? No.
So you could, but you can't get a tattoo.
I mean, I don't think that's really that comparative.
Well, they're both irreversible, right? Actually, one matters a lot more for human flourishing than the other.
No, I would definitely agree. It's a very, It's a very life-altering process, and I think it requires a lot of time, and it requires a lot of time, and it shouldn't be something that should be just jumped into. I just think that's something for an individual and their family and their doctors to do.
So he allowed this guy up on his platform to come speak, not only in front of the people that he gathered here, but for the people that gathered online. And this guy, I know when he looked back on it, he's like, damn, I'm a fucking idiot. Let's be honest. When this guy looks back on this interview, he's like, shit. I came off like a fucking idiot. And you did, sir. You came off like a fucking idiot. These fucking kids on these college campuses don't know their ass from their head. So even if they weren't liberal, they still fucking dumb kids. 6'8" Aquarius says, didn't know how powerful Kirk was until he lost his life, even though I seen some of his work. He had all-time great influence, and that made him scary. Yeah, I do believe that the one kid is responsible for it. I'm not necessarily believing that there's no conspiracy because everything is it's too early in the investigation. But I doubt that there's some conspiracy other than him and the people who helped him conspiring to kill Charlie Kirk.
Decide and not for society or the state.
Last question, most important question. What is a woman?
A woman, you know it when you see it. You know, it's like if I look, she looks like a woman. 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 It's the way you express yourself. So, like, all these, it's the way you express yourself.
So if you basically womanhood is a costume.
I'm not saying that.
No, it is. Yeah, if you're able to wear the right stuff and just assume the identity, you can appropriate womanhood. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, is Caitlyn Jenner a woman?
Yes.
Why?
Why is she a woman?
What chromosomes does Caitlyn Jenner have?
I mean, I think her chromosomes don't have to deal with her gender. Like, I think that's where the disagreement lies. Is that
again. So this is where you are playing into this narrative that gender exists. We reject that paradigm completely because gender has led us to this place that your own personal self-expression matters to your core identity. And again, that means nothing. Infinite personalities, no genders, two sexes. And we must live in reality, not in the delusions of the heads of people that want us to accommodate their fantasy. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow.
America's small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract more customers and drive more.
For him to take.
Yeah, well, so he has a choice. And America then has a choice. So Zelensky can keep on fighting. Here's some facts. The average age of a Ukrainian military member is 43 years old. They have basically destroyed the young men of their country. There's hundreds of thousands of young men that have died, millions that have fled their nation. The average age is 43. So they're doing conscripts of people in their late 40s and early 50s to go to the front lines. It's a meat grinder. So he can keep that going, but for what? To win back some land that you may or may not win. Then it's America's perspective. We come at the perspective that, number one, blessed are the peacemakers. Number two, what is good for our own country? And the Russian-Ukrainian war has been bad for us at every turn. We're losing the US dollar as the world reserve currency status. It is getting us further and further away from having a back channel to Russia. It's actually put Russia and China closer together. And finally, the amount of money spent. You guys in this audience, you are going to inherit a nation that is $35 trillion in debt, where we are sending money overseas and not securing over our own citizens. Peace would then hopefully limit that from some permanency. And I'll just say one final thing, and we can, disagree on this. It's easy to say it's a surrender, but it would be a victory for the United States to say that we're no longer sleepwalking closer and closer to a thermonuclear war with Russia, because Russia is a nuclear armed power. And under Joe Biden, not under Trump, we had American-made missiles that were being launched into the interior of Russia. Imagine right now, everybody, if Russia was launching missiles into the interior of the United States. You opened up your question with a very fair, really good faith question. You said, why should we view Russia as an enemy? Let me give you more context to that. And I think this is where DC gets things totally wrong. While I don't like Russia, I don't like Putin, it's not a free society. I have no, plans to ever move there or compliment them. I do think it's kind of weird, the amount of money and attention that Russia gets when almost nobody in this audience has a friend that you've lost to the Russian government, but you do have a friend or a family member that has died because of the cartels and the Chinese Communist Party, with a fentanyl coming into our communities. And so a nation has to choose which enemies are you going to focus on? Because we have a lot of them. Is it North Korea? Is it Iran? Is it Russia? Is it China? I think the Mexican drug cartels have done a lot more damage to the people of Tennessee alongside the Chinese Communist Party than the Russian Federation ever will. So therefore, end the war and focus on our true enemies, the Mexican drug cartels and the Chinese Party. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Just a reminder, if you guys disagree, you guys can work your way down. Yes, we have a disagreement and a poster and a visual here.
Oh, yeah, here's my visual. Hold on one second. And I have a petition. Raise your hand if you're progressive. No? We have one.
I love this school. This is
Oh,
a
my
great school.
goodness.
I love this place. You don't have a lot of allies here.
It's going to be a tough crowd. Well, my name is Davin Damien. I am non-binary. I am here with the Alliance.
Hold on one second. Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Guys, hold on one second. So we outnumber, what's your name again? I'm sorry.
Davin Damien.
Davin. We outnumber Davin. That's unusual on a college campus. However, let's do something that liberals never do to us. Let's give him, I think, courtesy. Courtesy that we don't give them. How about that? Okay. So is everyone cool with that? All right. So let's not heckle. Let's not interrupt. Let's be the ambassadors for freedom of speech. Cool. Okay. Please continue.
I must say thank you. Thank you for that, Charlie. So I'm here with the Alliance of Male Feminists defending women's bodies. My main question is, why are you so obsessed with legislating women's bodies? It seems like you've made it your life mission to remove the choice of the woman. And I just want to know why that is.
Okay, so your advocacy is male feminists for women's bodies, right?
Her body,
so,
her choice.
Got it. So maybe we can come to some common ground then. Before we talk about abortion, would you then agree with our position as conservatives that biological women should not have to share locker rooms with biological men? Because your position is all about her body, her choice.
I think for the sake of argument, I'll say yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
So let me again give you a further example.
Okay.
So therefore, you would agree that in sports settings, especially youth sports, but all sports, Tennessee's own Riley Gaines, for example, when she went to go compete at University of Pennsylvania and had to share a locker room with a biological man, that was wrong because her as a female should be able to have a private space without men coming in there, right?
Frankly, I'm an old school feminist. And so when I think of all this trans stuff, I think it's kind of wrecked us a little bit. And so I don't think you'll trap me with that. I think
I'm not trapping. And by the way, I wish we had more people like yourself that were willing to speak out. So you deserve credit for that.
Yeah.
And I mean that.
Okay.
Now, so we did find common ground on that. So now I want to actually approach the issue that you came here. So you're accusing me of wanting to
legislate women's bodies.
Okay, so do you mean legislate control over women?
Yeah.
Specifically with abortion?
Taking away her right to choose.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sure if I ask this question, the answer will be no. But you would say, does a mother have the right to kill her child?
Not kill, but what I'm trying to raise awareness right now is that we need to abolish child neglect laws because that forces women to use their bodies even with babies. Now, I'm not saying they should be allowed to kill babies, but I'm saying they should be allowed to let nature just take its course. For example, I'm just saying, we are saying
none of these people are his intellectual match. That's one thing that Charlie Kirk made a mistake. This is one mistake. He said I was getting more skilled than sleeping. This is one mistake that I'll give Charlie. He's debating morons. These people are fucking morons. There's no kid that comes up and says, and you're like, wow, what an impressive kid. Not one. Not one kid makes you say, man, that kid's going places. Or man, hey, man, I may not agree with that kid. I wish he was on our side. Hey, that kid, man, right there, man. Or that young lady right there, man. She's awesome. She's just a little misguided, but she's awesome. They're all fucking morons. Press 1. All of these kids are morons. Shout out to 6 Foot Aquarius, man. All these kids are fucking morons. TZMC says, when is the last time a black man turned his son in for murder? he committed. When is the last time a black man turned his son in for murder? I mean, we've seen it several times, but here's the thing. It's out of a sea of thousands of murders. This white guy turned his kid in for murder out of a smaller pool of murderers. So yeah, I've done in my years here, I've done some where the mom has turned the son in. I think we've done about 5 of those in my 7 years on YouTube. 5 where they turn the fucking kid in. But this is my thing. This is another thing that the liberals where the liberals have struggled. I mean, that exposes these liberals. None of these kids are impressive. All of these fucking kids suck. All of them. Let me see if I can find a black one in here, man. Okay, here we go. All of these fucking kids suck.
All right, cool. Make sure everybody can hear me. What's going on, man? Doing all right. Welcome to Knoxville. I'm up here for one purpose. My buddy is a friend of yours. He lives up in White Pine, and he wants me to have this discussion with you because me and him had this discussion this weekend. What are your thoughts about reparations for Black people specifically, and like Black Americans specifically? What is your
Very much against.
Very much against. Can I ask why?
Well, first and foremost, I don't believe that we should ever pay monetary damages to people where nothing bad happened to them, just because they are related to a group of people where something bad happened to them.
Okay. So
because it separates the idea. Let me just finish, and then I'll throw it back to you. Absolutely. Our justice system, when properly understood, is about individuals receiving justice, not tribes or groups receiving justice.
Okay. Also, I want to state that just because I am a Black man, I do not speak for all Black people. So I'm just this.
I like this guy. You should give it up for him.
Just want to state that for the record. I'm speaking for myself. So all right. So definitely hear you on that. And even for me, when it comes to reparations, for me personally, I don't believe that it should be a check. I think that reparations can look like many different things, whether it's like investment in institutions, more like, better schools, hospitals, all that kind of stuff. So my question to you is,
they've already done that. They've invested $1 gazillion in the Black. Yo, just in stopping crime. How much money do you think the U.S. government has invested in fighting crime? Let's just say the last 40 years. Give me a number. How much money you think with the programs and all this inner city, resources they're giving, just fighting crime, just trying to prevent niggas from killing each other? That's reparations. Me trying to stop you from killing another. Yeah, it's got to be in the trillions, man. Nah, 400. You say 400 billion. See, 400 billion. It sounds like a lot, but that would be 10 billion a year, right? Over the last 40 years. That would be 10 billion a year over the last 40 years. It could be 400. It could. I think somewhere between 400 billion and a trillion. Yeah, 400 billion is they could have spent that. Yeah. They've already done that. Black people are asking for shit that's already happened. Salute to Lex Luthor. He says Western glider mentality is mind-boggling to me. I'm your Eurasian tiger wolf. I never want to debate with the total strangers like the Charlie. Yeah, I mean, I like that he did this because he exposes that these kids are really not that impressive on these college campuses. Now, this kid right here, he's humble, he's meek, he's coming, with an open mind. This kid's pretty impressive. But the majority of them suck. And this kid is not necessarily a liberal. This kid he said he's friends with one of Charlie's friends, and he just wanted to ask him this question. So this kid is probably not a liberal.
It's like, so since you are against reparations, would you say that we should be would you be for outlawing inherited wealth? Does that make sense?
Well, no, I'm not for outlawing that. And those are two different things.
Can I explain my point though? All right, so my point to that is that, okay, so what I hear for the argument against reparations is that, okay, Black people today, obviously we weren't there, for slavery, segregation, all of that kind of stuff. So we've done nothing to deserve that, because all the people who should have gotten it, actually not even probably, who should have gotten it are, either long gone or whatever. Now there's still some who are still with us today, but that's a conversation for another day. But my point is that, so inheritance and inherited wealth is something that, the great grandfather, whatever, is passed down. Homeboy who is here today did nothing to deserve that multi-billion-dollar business, but he gets it because of his bloodline, correct?
What a fucking moronic statement, man. Press 1. Just when I gave this kid a compliment, he comes and says some stupid shit like that. That's not even apples to oranges. This is like kiwis to fucking... This is like kiwis to passion fruit. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? What a terrible connection. Outlawing inheritance because listen, I'm gonna just take the gloves off. I'm tired. This shit it kind of makes me sleepy too. These goddamn kids talking this bullshit. Let me just take the gloves off. Let me take the gloves off, man. Let me take the gloves off, man. Let me take the gloves off, man. Look here, nigger. And I hate to call you that because you're a nice kid. The fact that you not running through the jungle with paint made of ashes and blood on your face, a fucking chicken bone through your nose, and a goddamn skirt made of fucking straw, that's your fucking reparations, nigga. Press 1. Okay? I'm listening to these kids. I thought we were going to see some more impressive kids. I was very impressive at this age, man. And there were a lot of kids that I knew that were very impressive at this age. Boy, this country's going to shit, man. And I didn't know shit from Shinola. When I was this age, I didn't know my head from my ass. And I was more impressive than these fucking kids. Okay? Yeah, the fact that you didn't have monkey brain soup for breakfast, that's your fucking reparations. Okay? Let me see if we can find... Okay, here go. Oh, God, Jesus Christ.
Thank you, guys. Who's up? Disagreements? Yes.
Disagree.
Okay. How are you?
Hi. Yes. I don't know am I supposed to say my name or just? Okay. My name is Gigi. I guess I'm mostly on the side of disagreeing because I feel like I don't think that behind this presidency, I don't think that this country is headed towards a bright future. I don't think that under this presidency that we are going to stand united. I think that it is going to divide us even more and that it is dividing us. And I also don't think that this presidency is built on a love of all people.
And you motherfuckers are now going around celebrating the death of a fucking man who just wanted to talk to you and give you a fucking platform to say your ideas. This bitch right now, who's all choked up, I guarantee you that this bitch right here is celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. So fuck you. And I don't think the president cares about all people. You're out here celebrating the death of a man who extended the olive branch to you. Fuck you. And this is a few years ago, so these kids are older, so fuck them.
Feel like whenever I hear Trump specifically talk, there are notions of not black people.
She's celebrated by combing her hair. Leave that sister alone, man. She got her natural hair. Believe it or not, man, that's how all these sisters would look if it wasn't. If without reparations, all these sisters would look like this. Press 1. The fact that you don't look like this black woman, that's your fucking reparations.
Specifically, but people of color being seen as murderers and rapists, and
because you are people of color, no niggers. Don't try to throw everybody in there. You guys are seen as murderers and rapists because you are. And even then, people don't see you as murderers and rapists. I go around town fine. I go through the city fine. The only fucking people that look at me crazy are niggers. The only evil looks and crazy looks I get on a daily basis is from niggas. Don't no fucking white people look at me cockeyed. You niggas be lying so motherfucking much. The only motherfucker that ever mean mugged me was a fucking nigga. Only bitch that ever rolled her eyes at me was some fucking sister. Now I see you haven't gotten your reparations, judging by your hairstyle, but listen. Trump, make an exception for her. Get her reparations. Get her some just for me, man. So she don't have to be saddled by those nigger naps, man. Shout out to Christy Webster, a.k.a. Michael Babe Ruth Jordan. The GOAT. Salute. Match Christy Webster. See if you can match Christy Webster. Who here can match Christy Webster? I'm tired of these niggas, man. Lying, acting like they going around town. Let's just look at her, right? Look at her environment. Look at the white people behind her. Look at the white people behind her. How many times you think she's gotten a mean mug or a dirty look from these people behind her? Because this is her environment. She lives here. This is where she fucking lives. This is the campus where she fucking lives. How many times do fucking white people give her dirty looks and fucking menacing scowls? They worship the ground she walks on. Exactly. Those fucking white people there tread lightly. If they got a problem with her, the consternation they go through before they address her, and she's a fucking clown in the black community. This girl's a fucking straight Bama ass, lame, goofy ass clown in the black community. Press 1. Around some niggas, she wouldn't be able to fucking sneeze. Around niggas, this girl wouldn't sneeze. Cause she wouldn't even want niggas to just look in her direction. Cause she know the second niggas look at her, they're gonna start clowning her. Looking like some fucking ABA player from the fucking 70s. Like she playing a fucking ABA. Right, look like she fucking just came from a time machine and shit. I'm here from 1972. Yo, if she was ever around a group of niggas, and listen, bless this young lady's heart. I don't wish her any. She's just up here lying to all these white people. These white liberals behind her feel they're already confused enough. But for her to tell them that her lived reality, for her to then tell these white liberals who are so confused, is so misinformed, that her lived reality is one of being like constantly in fear of white people. And listen, I ain't even gonna lie, man. A lot of black people wouldn't bring her around. They'd be like, baby, you gotta do something with your hair. Press 1. If she was going to a cookout, it's a lot of hood black people going to a cookout. Yeah, what you doing? We're going to a cookout today. Oh, can I come? Baby, you gotta do something with your hair before you come. Put a bow in that motherfucker or something. Put a bow, a headband, or some shit on, bitch. We don't like nappy. We don't like being reminded of our nappy ancestry, man. Black people don't like that, man. We hide our naps, man. It's the women. Now the men is different, but the women, you gotta hide your naps, man. Be like, baby, you gotta, talking about the cookout. She's not invited to the cookout. Charlie could come to the cookout before she could. You be like, yeah, this is my lawyer. Oh yeah, this is my producer. He the engineer at the studio, man. You could get Charlie in the cookout before you get this nappy headed bitch in the cookout. Nah, baby, you gotta do something with them naps, baby. Somebody hand me a hot cone. I can see her friend. I can see her coming the next day. Hey, girl, what's up? I'm ready to go to the cookout. And her friend being like, oh, nah, we canceled it. We canceled the cookout. Yeah. They'd be like, well, why y'all all dressed up? Oh, see, we going to do something else today. Can I come? Oh, we got tickets. It's already too. And they go to the cookout. Girls like being with other girls where they know they going to get boys. Like, girls are just like us. You like hanging with niggas that get bitches. Girls like hanging with girls that even not threaten. See, here's the thing. If she could fight, she could get invited to the cookout. If she could fight, yeah. Now, if this girl could fight, she's useful. Because black girls are always trying to kill each other. So I will say this, but I don't. Who thinks she can fight? Who thinks this girl could fight? And I hate to roast this girl. I really do, man. I take no joy in roasting this girl. But she lying. This girl's not. If she could fight, she could look this kind of way. You could look crazy as hell if you could fight. Because that means we could take you with us and we could talk shit to some other bitches and you know we got you with us. And everybody gonna know why you with us. Anyway, as soon as we walk into place, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, that bitch probably can fight." And listen, she's probably a sweet girl, but she's lying to these people. It's a dangerous lie to tell these people that your lived reality is being like hunted and harmed and white people bullying you. Bitch, white people kiss the ground you walk on, especially where you live at in this campus. Whatever fucking hall, room 203.
It's specifically targeted towards brown people. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is, my question for you is, do you think this country, or do you think that Trump is going to do the American public right in the overall of his presidency?
Yes.
Okay. Are you worried about the state of this country under his presidency when it comes to—
You're talking to Charlie Kirk, you fucking moron. She act like she talking to Louis Farrakhan or some shit. You talking to Charlie Kirk. Why you asking these dumbass one-word questions that you can just say yes or no to?
economic setbacks, when it comes to another Great Depression, when it comes to stocks going down, et cetera, et cetera? Are you worried that
No.
he is going to do anything like that?
I don't have those concerns. And by the way, inflation's going down and the price of eggs is going down, everybody, big time. But go ahead. I want you to thoroughly complete your argument, and then I'll say something.
Okay. I guess basically the point of my argument is,
I don't have one.
I think that President Trump, and I think that this country's view, especially when we're coming now into DEI and we're coming into defunding a Department of Education, we're coming to taking the Tuskegee Airmen out of being taught.
That has been reversed, just for the record.
Okay.
Tuskegee Airmen.
But there's been multiple other things besides Tuskegee, but also, like, you know, the whole debate on critical race theory, teaching slavery in schools, teaching Black history, et cetera, et cetera. These are things that are being targeted specifically when it took years and years to even get them in place. I think that this country is built on using the Bible, not even 100 years ago, to defame and to dehumanize Black people. There has been use of the Bible specifically when people used to come into the church and talk about how slaves should obey their masters, and how that's what the whole relationship between white and Black people were. I think that this country specifically has a lot of racist rhetoric that is built in, that is not being targeted. I think that—
So let's try to find some common ground. Is that okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
Can you give me a definition of racism?
No.
Racism in terms of, I will say, okay, before I
You use the term,
yes,
so I want to make sure we're
that's
talking
fair.
about the same thing. Is that cool?
Yes, that's fair.
Yeah, you've used the term. You've basically called him something, and then he says, like, for instance, ask me, what is a nappy-headed hippie? You. Okay, so now you try. What is racism?
I will say that I will state that I am biased because I will be speaking as a Black person, specifically from the United States of America, and not anywhere else. But I will say racism is a discrimination against people of a minority that does not have a— okay, it is racist.
I told you these kids are very unimpressive, man. These kids are so unimpressive. Let me say this, though. You notice how she said against a minority. So she's excluded herself from being able to be racist. It's only against the minority, so it's not against white people. White people can't pull a race card. Even though she's not very impressive, intuitively she knew to, do that.
But I would say racism is a discrimination against people of a minority that does not have a okay, what is racism? Racism, without using the word.
Can't use the word racism.
Can't use the word. That's I'm trying. A discrimination against a minority class of people in order to create an unbalance in the society or a hierarchy based on something that is undetermined.
Yo, shut up. Yo, shut up, man. Just shut up. Now I'm starting to get secondhand embarrassment. And I hate that, man. I hate secondhand embarrassment, man. That should make me feel weird, man. Jesus Christ. These people are awful, man. These people are god awful, man. We're talking about, like, these people are awful, yo. Very unimpressive. Not impressed with any of these young people, man. None of these young people are impressive, man. I meet more impressive, like, 6-year-olds. Like my daughter's schoolmates are more impressive than these kids. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. My daughter runs circles around these kids, man. If y'all met my daughter, right, y'all be like, oh man, she's so smart. You ain't gonna say that about these kids, man. These fucking kids are idiots, man. All of them.
As of color, race, the color of your skin, or maybe even color of your skin.
Can you be racist against Asians?
Yes.
Can you be racist against white people?
Wow. Wow. She fought that shit. Wow. She's horrible.
On something that is undetermined as of color, race, the color of your skin, or maybe even color of your skin.
Can you?
Somebody said this woman has no brain. She's at a fucking, where she's at? Tennessee University. Very good school. University of Tennessee. Very good school. She's there. She's probably stirring up trouble. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, talking about microaggressions and shit, and kicking white people out of the Black Student Union and shit. Talking about safe spaces. She probably there stirring up a fucking shit ton of trouble, too. And she's literally a fucking moron. That's your reparations. Press 1. This is your reparations. Not having to be around a bunch of niggas. And being around these, even though these people are liberals, they're nice to you because you're a liberal. That's your fucking reparations.
You be racist against Asians?
Yes.
Can you be racist against white people?
I believe that you can have prejudice against white people, but in the way that this country was built and the way that this country has been founded and the way that there are many laws that have taken place, specific like where you were talking earlier with the whole reparations debate, there are many legacies of white people in this country that...
Guys, just, okay, let's just all take a breath. Gigi's talking.
Which I also would like, I feel like that kind of comes into, yes, we're not all from this country. This is a country of immigrants. This is a country of people
So
from
let me
other
give you an
countries.
example.
So he deserves to die for letting this fucking moron pontificate about something she has no fucking clue what she's talking about. If Charlie would have said, man, this is your fucking moron, he still wouldn't have deserved to die. Press 1. If Charlie would have just told this girl, look, man, you're in over your head. I don't know how you got into this university. The only way you could have gotten this university is if they lax the standards for you because you're a fucking moron. Even if he had said that, he didn't deserve to die.
Yes.
If a group of black individuals, which happens unfortunately so often, say, we want to go beat up whitey, and they go beat up a white person, was that a racist thing that they did?
I would have to ask for further context, but yes.
Wow. Holy shit, man. Hit the like button, man. Hit the like button. Share this video. Take the $5 to $10 to $20 challenge. Support the channel. Support the channel, man. Barry B is in the building. Shout out to Barry B, man. If he would have said, does nappy hair make you fucking stupid or something? He still wouldn't have deserved to die. Press 1.
Yes, we're not all from this country. This is a country of immigrants. This is a country of people
So
from
let
other
me give you an
countries.
example.
Yes.
If a group of black individuals, which happens unfortunately so often, say, we want to go beat up whitey, and they go beat up a white person, was that a racist thing that they did?
I would have to ask for further context, but yes. Based off of that,
Cool.
yes.
So, but then let's go back to your definition, because your definition was that it had to be the exercise of power. I'm going to make your definition better for you, because
That's
the
fair.
exercise of power against a minority group.
Yes.
But in that case, it wouldn't be, because it would be a group of black individuals versus a white individual.
Correct.
So wouldn't a better definition of racism be a human being or institution prejudicing or stereotyping against anybody else because of their race?
I do agree that is a better there's a better definition in terms of how racism is used in society, in terms of setting people behind not having equal amounts of opportunities in these institutions, specifically colleges, jobs, et cetera, hospitals. But that is my point. I feel like in this country, we don't talk about enough. And I think that under this presidency...
Don't talk about what enough?
We don't...
Thank you, Charlie. We don't talk about what enough? In this country, we don't talk about what enough? In this country, we don't talk about what enough? What the? Shout out to Gauch Merlot. Gauch Merlot said she is a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, she ain't equipped for the cookout. Yeah, listen, man. I don't even want to go to the damn cookout. I don't even want to go to the damn cookout. Fuck that. You niggas crazy. We don't talk about what enough in this country.
Setting people behind, not having equal amounts of opportunities in these institutions, specifically colleges, jobs, et cetera, hospitals. But that is my point. I feel like in this country, we don't talk about enough. And I think that under this presidency,
Don't talk about what enough.
we don't talk about the history and the impact of long-term racism in this.
That's all we talk about. Right now, Charlie would have been well within his right to say, nigga, please. And he still shouldn't have died. He still shouldn't have been killed for that.
Country against
See,
minorities.
Can I just press pause?
Yes.
That's all we've talked about the last 5 years. I mean, but hear me out. 1619.
That's all we talked about the last fucking 20 years.
Project. We have entire black dedicated channels on Pluto and Hulu and Netflix. We have reoriented the entire national dialogue towards. We had the President of the United States, Joe Biden, take a knee for Black Lives Matter, to have racial reconciliation seminars, to have non-stop race obsession. So I think we've talked about it thoroughly and properly.
So do you think that Black people in this country have equal opportunity and are treated equally as?
The fact that you're here with the level of rationale, reason, cognition, pattern, sequence recognition, IQ, comprehension, the ability to express your the ability to just express yourselves and to collect your thoughts and convey your thoughts. The fact that you're here and you actually literally should be at a fucking she should be literally at a trade school. She should be learning how to she should be literally learning how to knit, or she should be working on a assembly line or something. But she's at the University of Tennessee, probably on a full scholarship, plus one. Probably on a full scholarship, stirring up big trouble over microaggressions and fucking safe spaces and shit, and unconscious biases, stirring up hella trouble on the campus, when she should be somewhere literally binding books, or I don't know, sewing somewhere, man, working at a fucking store, you just gotta greet customers and shit. Nothing too involved. But she's at University of Tennessee on a full scholarship. Talking about, do you think that Black people got it fair in this country? You're the prime example of that. You're the prime example of it. And I hate to do this to the system, man. I know somebody gonna see that, her family members see this, they'll be mad as shit. If anybody in her family see this, they're gonna think I'm picking on her. I'm not picking on her. I'm showing you that Charlie shouldn't have died. Look how nice Charlie is to this girl. She's a fucking moron. You think Charleston White would? What do you think Charleston White would have did if this bitch was, if she was talking, if he was asking her a question? What do you think Tommy Sotomayor would have said to this woman? What do you think Corey Holcomb? Charlie was too nice. That's why they killed him. He's too nice. Too nice. That's why they're celebrating his death. Because he's too nice.
White
Absolutely.
people.
So let me prove it to you, okay? So Gigi and Charlie. What can Charlie do that Gigi can't do?
Okay, I don't know anything. I don't really know much about you. I don't know
Based on the
what
law.
you're capable of.
No, just
I
on
don't
the
know.
law. What am I allowed to do on the law that you are not allowed to do on the law?
On paper, nothing.
That's equal opportunity and equal treatment, right?
On paper, yes, that is true. Like, I was born under this country. I am a citizen of America. I am an American. I am a Black American. I am a follower. I am a child of God. We all are. I 100%.
You ain't no fucking child of God. You're a demon. I mean, and there's a lot of y'all. You're a demon, and you're not a child of God. You're sitting here lying to your contemporaries, telling them how bad you got it when you got it bathed in the shade. When the last place she would want to be is around a bunch of niggas. Why she ain't go to Tennessee State or Grambling or FAMU or Bethune-Cookman? Why she in her ass up at University of Tennessee with all these white folk? Because she want to be safe and she want to be able to express herself. The way she look is an expression of herself. She's like a hippie. So she like, yo, I just want to be myself. I don't want to have to fit into the nigga fucking bullshit. And you can't be yourself around niggas. Press 1. You can't fucking be yourself around niggers. That's why you went to be around these white people. Because they'll allow you to be your fucking self. That's your fucking reparations. Press 1. Salute to Deluxe 247, a.k.a. Cal Ripken, a.k.a. the real MVP. Coming through once again. Cool Cat says, much love and respect.
Stand on that. But I think that basically what I'm trying to get at is I feel like in order for us to have these conversations and to keep having these conversations, we need to have a specific platform that we're able to meet each other on the
That's this right. She's literally saying we need to have what's happening right now. My God. That's literally what he's doing right now. Yo. Look at his face. He's marveling at how moral. Like I don't think Charlie was a DNA guy. I really don't. Because a lot of these religious guys, they're not DNA or IQ guys. They're father in the home guys, right? Press 1. Most of the religious guys are father in the home guys. Listen, he literally looked like he's like, damn. He looked like he's second guessing that shit. Like, yo, it might be, yo, it like literally might be DNA. like he having a eureka moment, man. Like a light bulb just went off above his head and shit. Like, yo, this shit might be DNA. This shit might be IQ, man. She's literally asking for what's going on right now.
In consciousness of this society, and I don't think we can have these conversations if we do not understand that Black people specifically, because I really can't talk about Asians. I'm not Asian. I can't talk about other.
Why can't you talk about Asians? Why can't you talk about other people? You talk about white people all the time. You've been up here. You've been talking about white people like a fucking dog since you've been up here. Why can't you talk about Asians? Because you're not Asian? Well, you're not white either. And you've been talking like you're a fucking expert on what white people think, feel.
People of color, but Black people in this country specifically have never had the opportunities to bring themselves back up. When you're talking about the destroyment of the Black family, that also came with a big chunk of the Reagan administration, which was forever and whatever ago.
How is it the government's fault of why dads aren't around?
I mean, we could get into the whole, like, the rhetoric of crack babies and crack drug dealers.
So, but isn't it a decision to take drugs?
Oh, no, 100%.
So, and it's a decision to commit crimes.
Yes.
Okay, so the government didn't do that to them. People decided to take drugs.
That's true. But do you feel like these populations or these communities have, in statistics, been overly populated by police officers?
Well,
they're overly populated by police officers. They're literally acting like police is not a job. They literally acting like a police officer is not a job. Like a police don't have a captain, a sergeant, and everything. Like police just go where they want. Like police officers just hang out. Hey, what you want to do today? I don't know. Let's go hang out in the white neighborhood where nothing ever happens. Yeah, I love looking at those beautiful houses up in that rich white neighborhood where nothing ever happens. Let's spend all day riding around up there looking at houses. She literally act like the police don't have. There's no plan to policing. There's no data that they go by to figure out where they're gonna go, what neighborhoods they're gonna be in. She literally acted like it's just a toss-up. You know what, man? I don't like the cut of that black guy's jib right there. Which one? The one that's robbing that liquor store. Yeah, I don't like the cut of his jib either. Let's go over there and fuck with him. God, these kids are morons, man.
so just, you seem like a really sweet person. I don't want to try to be too intense. So they're like, cool.
Yo, he let her down easy. That's like when a bitch tells you you got a good personality, but she's not interested. She sees you more as a friend. I see you more. I see us more as being friends. You got a really nice personality.
About the destroyment of the Black family. That also came with a big chunk of the Reagan administration, which was forever and whatever ago.
How is it the government's fault of why dads aren't around?
I mean, we could get into the whole, like, the rhetoric of crack babies and crack drug dealers.
So, but isn't it a decision to take drugs?
Oh, no, 100%.
So, and it's a decision to commit crimes.
Yes.
Okay, so the government didn't do that to them. People decided to take drugs.
That's true. But do you feel like these populations or these communities have, in statistics, been overly populated by police officers?
Well, so just, you seem like a really sweet person. So I don't want to try to be too intense. So is that cool?
Go ahead.
What percentage of America is Black? 13%, right?
Yeah.
What percentage of the murders in America are committed by Black people?
I don't know the specific statistics.
Guess. It's
50%.
It's 60%.
Yeah, I've been telling people that it's way more than 50. 50 was the old stat. It's 60. I even think it's more but I'm fine with 60. I'm fine with 60. But I think it's more.
60.
So maybe when you do 60% of the killings and you're 13% of America, more cops should be around your neighborhoods.
But there's no cops, and there's not an equal number of cops in the white suburban neighborhoods.
How the fuck does she know that? Because she's from there. That's how she knows that. She's from there. That's where she's from, the white suburban neighborhood. She's from there. And that's why there's no cops there. Because you're one of the only few families out there. But guess what? I know of a place called PG County. I know of a place called PG County. It's a suburb of Washington, D.C. It's the suburbs. And whoo! So they got a lot of police out there, Jack. I wonder why. The suburbs of Washington, D.C. got a lot of police out there. And that's the suburbs, man. I can't quite put my finger on it.
There's not as much murder.
The same neighborhoods that are controlling the coke, like they have cocaine in their houses, but it's not treated the same.
And this is okay, Gigi, because it really is flushing out our different worldviews. You look at cops as if they're there to catch you and get you. We look at cops as they're there to protect and serve and help us.
And that's only because in this country, I mean, police used to be able to drag Black people out in the streets and hose them down and sick dogs on them.
She's talking about protests. She's talking about footage of protests and shit. From those old protests when them niggas was walking down the street with Martin Luther King, during segregation. She trying to make it seem like that was everyday life. All that footage is from protests that got out of hand, and the police responded in that fashion. That would be the same thing as looking at the BLM 2020 protest and being like, this is every day. Like 40 years from now, telling kids that, hey, look at this look at them burning down this Wendy's. That was every fucking day. Yeah, every day the Wendy's got burned there. Like, it's fucking stupid, man. Salute the Baby King, man. Baby King says, here you go. Shout out to Baby King, man. I'm going to bring y'all up in a little bit, man. This Jesus Christ.
Tear them apart, and we never really had the conversation that where do we get away from that?
Definitely had the conversation. After George Floyd, the whole country blew up under the conversation. Okay.
Yes, but
after Rodney King, the whole country blew up. Okay.
was a big standing on, should cops be able to do this when a black person is murdered by police or at the hands of the police, the gun, bullet that came from a police
Which
officer's
happens
registered
on average,
gun.
how many times a year would you say a black person killed by police?
I mean, at one point it was happening
Unarmed.
at least. Okay, if it was happening at least last year, it was going on about. It was at least a month that it was a major case. But in terms of the average city, I don't know the average city.
Right?
I know though, but
so
in terms of what actually makes it to major media.
Damn, that's the first thing she got right, and she really didn't mean to. My God.
Media.
No,
because
it's the Washington Post's own database, left wing, 10 black individuals a year. So here's my contention. So you have a population that dads are not around, that is very, very murderous per population capita, that is very violent, more likely to be involved in gangs. And we, as conservatives look at that and we say, wait a second, like the problem is within the community. The problem is not the government. The problem is not the culture. The problem is not the history. Instead, really what needs to happen is black leadership, black pastors, and black dads need to go into the black community and say, we're better than this. Cut the killing. Cut the...
Charlie, Charlie, how can I say this, Charlie? Charles, Chucky. Hey, Chucky, sit down, Chucky, sit down. I don't know how to break it to you, Chucky. I don't know how to break it to you, Chucky. I don't want to burden Chucky with that, man. Let's just let him let's just let him go ahead and think what he want to think.
That dads are not around, that is very, very murderous per population capita, that is very violent, more likely to be involved in gangs. And we, as conservatives look at that and we say, wait a second, like the problem is within the community. The problem is not the government. The problem is not the culture. The problem is not the history. Instead, really what needs to happen is black leadership, black pastors, and black dads need to go into the black community and say, we're better than this. Cut the killing, cut the violence. Do you know the most, one more point.
Go ahead.
Who is, outside of heart disease and all that, what is the number one killer of black people in America?
I know about like diabetes, but.
Fellow black people. A black person is far more likely to be killed by another black person than anything else. Black people are a greater threat to their own people than any other community.
And now I will say this. Each one of these white liberals behind here knows that's true. Press one. Even though she doesn't know it, every single one of these white liberals that would never say this in a million years out loud, they all fucking know that that's true. And they tell you with every little step that they take and everything they do in life, they let you know that they know that that's true.
So it's not like white supremacists coming into these communities and they're mowing down. It's black on black gang violence.
But that's not okay. I just like to go back to something that you said earlier about like how it has nothing to do with the government. The history of black people in this country has everything to do with the government. At one point, the government allowed and pushed and raised forced slavery. That was something that this government did. They made laws in the improvement of segregation. So in terms of the long history, you can't take out the fact that government has played a major institution.
Of course, government plays a role. But let's take you, Gigi. How did government? You got to move over, man. You're blocking their view. Can you please move?
No, I'm good right here. I'm not disrupting anything.
You are. They can't see. You're blocking people. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, but Gigi, let me. Yeah. All right. So Gigi, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
How did that legacy of slavery prevent you from getting to this school and having a great career?
I think that, okay, I'm sorry, I got kind of distracted. Can you please restate your
So,
question?
Gigi, what I'm trying to do right now, I'm going to give you a warning, is prove that your own life experience is actually at odds with some of the things you're saying. Is that cool? So here you are at the University of Tennessee, correct? You're a student.
Yes.
You have the whole world as your oyster in front of you. You could study hard. You're going to graduate. You're going to do better than most people in probably the community you came from. Just guessing. I don't know your background.
That's scary, bro. The fact that she's going to do better than most of her people in her community. That is frightening. Yikes. Fuck. Salute to Eric S. He says, what is her IQ? Shit, man. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know, man. Let me just say this. She may be book smart. Even though it doesn't seem like it. Because she doesn't know any of the things that you would learn in books. Any of the statistics, any of the historical events. Anything that you would learn in books, she's not good at that. Maybe she's good at other subjects. Maybe this is a bad subject for her. Maybe she's really good at other subjects. I would just say it would be very low. I would just say that, like, if it wasn't for, like, if she was in an Asian country, right? If she was raised up in an Asian country, she'd be like selling fruit on the street.
But based on how you're talking, how did the legacy of slavery get in your way?
I will say the legacy of slavery got in my way in the way that I am not a legacy child here. I would say that it got in my way in the way that my parents, my grandparents were not afforded the same, were not at one point even allowed to be on the property of this school. I think that is one of the things that has gotten into this way.
But you're here. It didn't get in the way. So here's the attitude I want you to adopt, Gigi, and I'll close with this. Instead of just looking at everything in the past that's wrong and bad through a victim lens, say, you know what?
It's still going on. Okay.
One sec. Say, you know what? I'm an American, and I'm going to use my mental energy to say, despite all of that, I get to succeed and flourish and prosper as a Black American at the University of Tennessee. You are a living embodiment, Gigi, that you can still succeed as a Black individual.
I would just disagree from the simple fact that I feel like there are a lot of barriers, there's a lot of obstacles, there's a lot of prejudice just in somebody might look at me and not even assume that I could
How
even
do you
get
know
into
what they're
the
thinking?
universe. I'm not saying that I know.
Only people that's going to look at you and think negatively of you are niggas. Okay? Stop it, girl.
I don't know what people
You just
are
said
thinking.
that.
I'm saying I can assume from prejudices that I know exist in this country.
Hold on a second. I got to go time out. And you know what? If you walk around here and you go see, this happens all the time, and you see a white boy with the short shorts and kind of acting all, you might say he's only there because of his parents.
I don't think so.
Oh, it happens a lot at these Southern schools, right?
I mean, it happened. I mean, I was raised in Michigan.
Everybody has to overcome some form of bias, prejudice, or stereotyping. What's most helpful? Let's stop talking about it so much and talking about how we can apply ourselves to become better people and better citizens. Thank you so much, Gigi. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am proud to be an American, and I think one of our greatest things about this country is the amazing wildlife and everything that we have, just the diversity of it across the country. Now, I find it really hard to agree. I find it really hard to agree that with Elon Musk about cutting, I believe it was 5,000 federal park workers whenever there are only 12,000 workers and they're already understaffed, and Yellowstone has over 1 million acres of land to care for. I feel like it's doing such a disservice to one of the greatest.
Your podcast, Law, I agree with you on most things, but I have to disagree with you on comparing abortion to the Holocaust, just because the Holocaust was such a uniquely designed genocide, and I think comparing it to anything else undermines both the tragedy of the Holocaust and the tragedy of abortion.
Okay, so it's a good point. However, you are right in one way. I'll agree with you on, and I think you bring a good point, that the design of the Holocaust was unique.
Mhm.
It was about the extermination of a people. However, allow me to tell you where I'm coming from. Where are abortion clinics most likely to be found in America?
Black neighborhoods.
In Black neighborhoods. There has, and the author and the charter of Planned Parenthood was a eugenicist. She was such a eugenicist, she actually personally informed Adolf Hitler's views. Her name was Margaret Sanger. She wanted to use abortion as a depopulation movement to eradicate the Black race. And she's doing a pretty good job of it. Black America has largely flatlined as portion of the American population, right around 13%. So while I agree that there was a specific horror to the Holocaust, God forbid will never repeat, that there are some very common attributes that can be drawn to.
Thank you for your
Thank you, and God bless
response.
Israel. Thank you. Who's up? Who disagrees? Oh, hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
My name is Danielle Adamo. I'm a freshman here. First of all, go Vols. I am not a liberal. I'm actually very independent. I come from a military family with conservative parents. Yep. Go military. I am here to ask not only you a question, but everyone in this audience a question, because personally, as America, I think that we are missing a lot of important conversations that need to be had as a country, because a lot of people are very concerned with abortion. A lot of people are very concerned with Mexican immigrants. But my question is...
Well, illegal immigrants.
Yes.
Not all illegal
Okay,
immigrants are
yes.
Mexican. We
Yes,
don't racialize it. So happy to talk about that next. Yes.
How many abortions yearly did you say that there were in
Well,
America?
so if you count surgical abortions,
Yes.
it's about 1 million. But
Okay.
there's something called a chemical abortion, which is an
Yes.
at-home abortion. So it's probably closer to 1.8
Okay.
8 million.
Okay, and do you know what percent or what number of that is from rape?
Yeah, it's less than half of 1%. And that's
Okay.
according to the Guttmacher
Okay.
Institute, which
Okay.
is a pro-abortion.
Okay.
So 99.9% of all abortions are for,
Oh my God.
yeah.
Pirate guy.
I
do
know,
not
yeah.
he
Go
was a
ahead,
pirate.
keep going.
No, you can-
Don't let it phase you.
He's like a celebrity. Do you know how many women that's reported in the United States are raped and sexually assaulted? And another thing.
Just let her talk. Got it. Great. Thank you very much. Just stay focused. Just the more you talk, the less they'll talk. Yeah. you're
Okay.
good. How many are raped and sexually assaulted?
And another quick question.
Those are actually under prosecuted most times. So we don't know.
I don't believe that's true.
Well, no, most rapists don't get arrested. Would you agree?
Oh yes.
That's
sorry,
what I'm
sorry,
saying.
sorry.
Under prosecuted.
Okay, sorry. And are there also a lot of them aren't reported. Everyone is so concerned with the embryos and like abortions. What happens to those embryos if they are not aborted? They grow up and they happen to be women. What happens to them when they grow up and they get sexually assaulted? Because everyone here, I would like you to think mothers, sisters, friends, daughters. Have you or anyone that you've known been sexually assaulted? And if you're comfortable, please raise your hand, because I have.
Okay, but hold on. I just want to make sure your argument is that therefore
I
they
think-
should be aborted.
No, not at all. It's a comparison. It's fully a comparison. I'm not here to talk about that. I think that there are bigger
What is the question?
issues.
We're running out of time.
Yeah, I think there are bigger issues in America right now than what the Trump administration is focusing on. Do you agree? Like, do you have daughters?
I have a daughter. Yeah.
You have a daughter? Okay. How would you feel if she was sexually assaulted?
I mean, obviously, pretty
Terrible.
awful. Yeah.
Terrible. Have you ever been sexually assaulted?
No.
No. Okay. Why do you not want to do anything to stop that?
Well, I do.
Like
I mean, it's,
okay, but you don't talk about it. Neither does the Trump
Well,
administration.
hold on, no,
that's not a big problem that they have.
Hold on a
Even though
second.
I'm still talking, please. I'm still talking.
What are you,
please.
Kamala Harris?
I'm
Okay,
still-
stop. I mean,
No,
I'm
still talking, please. I wasn't
one second.
done, and you
no, I
interrupted
got your
me.
whole shtick.
I came up here with my full respects to allow you to talk, and you interrupted me.
You're
and I'm
giving a
asking for the
monologue,
same
not a
thing.
question. So please ask your question.
Okay. I think that there are more pressing issues than the Trump administration talks about. He talks about there's a lot more to it than what the Trump administration.
What
is
could be
saying,
more
which is
pressing
very
than nuclear war? No, seriously, we are on the verge of a nuclear war with Russia. What could be more pressing than that?
I agree, but
what could be more pressing than
I think that women being sexually assaulted on the daily in America is a bigger problem than abortions. Truthfully, I do.
Okay, I'm not going to.
And if anyone
I'm not overly disagreeing, but
exactly. That's
but,
my thing. Is do you think that there should be something done, put in place by the Trump administration to help women and men and everyone that are sexually assaulted? Well, there needs to be something done.
There already are laws on the books. So I mean, I don't. What would you propose?
And
to
it
be
still
done?
happens. And it's still. I don't know. I'm not the president. That's his job. That's his job.
No, it's not his job to end sexual assault in America. That's never going to happen. Okay. And by the way, just so we're clear, it's a lot. We're talking about two different things. Rape is not the same thing as sexual harassment. It's not the same thing as sexual assault. Those are three different things.
I said both things.
But
Jesus Christ, white women are so fucking annoying. Fucking Christ. I was like, if I ever leave my wife, if it don't work out, I want a white woman. I don't know about that anymore, man. I don't know about that anymore. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I'm. I don't know. I think if me and my wife don't work, I might just be single, man. I don't know about that anymore. My fucking God, white women are so fucking annoying. Jesus Christ. Let me bring y'all up, man. Let me drop the link, man. You said that girl's too flat-fired. Nah, she got a nice gap, man. I like gaps, man. She got a gap. Her gap is mean. Got a mean gap.
Sexual assault could be something as going in for an unwanted kiss. Is that sexual assault?
Yes.
Whoa. So you think going in for an unwanted kiss is sexual assault? I thought you were talking about like something way more graphic.
Sexual assault is a branch of things.
Okay, so
I'm mostly talking about rape and incest and like physical sexual assault.
Of course, I don't support that. The president actually signed the Violence Against Women's Act. Like, there's a lot there that you should look at.
Okay.
But most importantly is this. Reducing crime in the country is good for all people, women included. But I do have to stand up and just disagree on one thing. The overemphasis, though, on acting as if some drunk frat bro goes in for a kiss and you didn't want it, that he should be labeled as a sexual assaulter or a rapist is bad for everybody.
I never said that.
No, well, you did say it was sexual assault. I don't think going in
kissing someone. Sorry, you said going in, not like physically actually kissing someone.
Like leaning in for an unwanted kiss and maybe delivering that kiss that the girl did not want. Is that sexual assault?
If it's done forcefully, then yes.
I mean, I'm sorry. I think that's like improper and wrong. I don't think the police should be involved in that. Do you?
No. When there's so many different.
You think the police should be involved in like a frat situation where they're both drunk and a guy goes in for a kiss and she didn't want it?
That's not what I'm talking about.
That is exactly what you're talking about.
I literally blatantly said rape, incest, physical.
Okay,
sexual
I agree with all that. On that,
Okay.
we should do more on that. Thank you for your time.
Okay,
I'd like to talk to Johnny Depp here. No.
Sorry, matey. Sorry. All right. Ahoy, matey. Hello. Can everybody hear me? Everybody hear me? All right. So my question for you is, all right, so if a museum has a ship, right, and they replace all the parts in the ship while they're repairing the ship, and is that still the same ship? Or alternatively, if they went and took the original parts, put them all back together into another ship, which is the original ship?
Is this your job?
No, not quite. More of a hobby, more of a hobby, like golf.
How do you feed yourself? Like, how do you sustain yourself?
Oh, lots of plunder, all that.
So this is your shtick. You go around and do this?
A bit of a hobby, I run a club, The people love it.
Your little pin there says abortion pills by mail. Tell me more about that.
Oh no, I don't care to talk about that. I care to talk about the ship of Theseus, matey. Which one is the ship of Theseus? That is my real question.
So you've made your point.
Well, like what point? Like I'm asking you a question.
I'm not tracking it, but to explain to me though, like, so you go to college campuses and just do this entire thing?
No, I go here. I go here.
Oh, you go here.
I'm a student.
Oh.
So yeah, like ship of Theseus. Or what if I put it to you in a different way? So let's say a pirate captain, you know, like he gets all of his limbs blown off and they get replaced with peg legs, you know, like over time you have a whole new pirate, right? So hypothetically, like you put the original parts of the pirate back together, which is the captain of the ship?
We're not going to waste any more time on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, matey. Hold on.
Thank you. Nice flag.
Thank you. Water bottle now? Yeah, thank you. So I have two questions. My first one is, if Jesus fed people for free, taught people for free, and healed people for free, why don't we do the same?
Churches should.
Churches should? Okay. But why can't we do that on a more systemic level through government programs? Hey, maybe private companies with all of their record profits. Why hasn't Elon put up some of his own private money to help end homelessness?
Because homelessness is not a money problem.
Homelessness? Tell that to homeless people. Then.
I have. I say, you know what? Almost every single one of them has either mental problems or drug disorders. It is not a matter of lack of capital. It's that they should either be in an asylum or they're doing hard drugs and they don't want to stop. We have homelessness.
Asylums that Ronald Reagan defunded? The asylums that Ronald Reagan
Yes, if we want to talk about bringing back asylums, I'm all for that. I have an entire political party I would put in an asylum.
Okay. Can we? All right. My second question is about Mahmoud Khalil. He was a legal immigrant with a green card, with a wife and a baby on the way, exercising his free speech rights. So my question is, if legal immigrants aren't safe, then who is?
American citizens.
But he is a green card holder here legally.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
Yes. He's not a U.S. citizen.
How does it not matter?
Read the Immigration Naturalization Act. What Mahmoud Khalil did was he went and protested, celebrating the death of Jewish babies, celebrating Hamas in Gaza, and under the Immigration Naturalization Act, it says very clear the Secretary of State can deem somebody who has a green card or a temporary visa holder as a threat to the United States of America and against our geopolitical interests, of which Mahmoud Khalil did and is, and he can go make Turkey great again and go back to his country of origin.
He's from Palestine, not Turkey.
Well, he jumped around the Middle East a lot. But the point being, do you believe that being here in America here is a right or a privilege?
It's a right and a privilege.
You have a right to be here?
Yes, I believe anybody has a right to movement to wherever they want.
So you would get rid of all borders?
Yes.
So when you land from an international flight at JFK Airport, no passport checks?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you for so bluntly telling us your view.
I'm a dirty commie, so yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, that would be my third question. What is your definition of socialism?
Well, in the theoretical, the abstract, or the practical?
Take your pick.
So socialism, as written by Marx, is when the workers own the means of production.
Exactly.
In the actual practical, it's when a small group of very powerful, pernicious people are able to control the rest of the population under the guise of helping the many, when in reality it helps the few, and you get dictatorship, murder, and slaughter, and the revolution never actually comes.
Okay.
It ends in 100 million people dead over the last 100 years.
What about American companies that function as worker cooperatives, which are effectively socialism in practice?
That is partially some of the tenets of Marx. Of course it is. Like Publix grocery stores in Florida.
Okay. So you're in favor of worker cooperatives then?
Yeah, if it's done voluntarily, that's the key.
Yeah, exactly.
I
would agree.
For example, in a church, if you go to a church and everyone says we're going to go share this meal, that's a voluntary cooperation. But socialism is not hinged on voluntarism. It's using a gun It's by force you must be part of this.
Well-
By force you must give us your money. By force you're going to be part of our cooperative. Voluntarism is something we all support. It's when you start to use the heavy hand of the state that we start to object it.
I agree. I'm not here to defend Cuba, China, the USSR, or any of that.
Or Vietnam or
No.
Laos or Cambodia
So
or Rhodesia or Zimbabwe.
So basically, if we can agree that voluntary worker ownership of the means of production,
If they so
is-
choose.
okay,
It can work. It also can fall apart. There's plenty of instances where it does. Because the problem is this.
So, what's your thoughts, Jimmy Field? Jimmy, your thoughts? You're muted, Jimmy.
Shit.
What's up?
Hey, man. I don't know how this guy did it for all these years without shooting into the crowd.
Right. It's like, yo, he literally is doing like the Lord's work. These kids are very unimpressive too, right? Like, you would think these kids would be, the best and the brightest. These kids don't know shit about nothing.
Well, they've been brainwashed for the last 18 years, 15 years. Their heads are full. I remember being that young and thinking I knew everything, and everybody that wasn't thinking the way I did was an idiot or a villain. But, his patience is incredible. Just to hear, because he does this at every campus. He hears the same type of retards getting up and saying the same shit.
Yeah, these people are fucking annoying. They're so fucking stupid. And then they're all arrogant. They all think they're hot shit. And they're just a bunch of fucking retards, man. Every last one of these kids, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I think letting it play proves it more, because, like, yeah, it took me a long time to get through the Afro girl because she was just so stupid. But these white kids, although they're more reasoned and more thoughtful, and you can tell they have come from, they're different. They're still stupid. The white kids are dumb.
Oh yeah, ignorant. But they're all doing it to sort of prove their magnanimity and how open they are and how wonderful they are for espousing these received wisdoms that they've been listening to for the last 10 years in school. We're all the same, and everybody just needs to be given a shot, and it's because the police are criminals that's why they abuse the community. It never ends. I wasn't, I didn't really follow Charlie Kirk that much. I'd seen, a few of his YouTube clips and stuff. And
Yeah, that's all I've seen. That's all I've seen. I hadn't watched. This is the most I've watched ever. I will just see the little 30-second clips on TikTok or whatever.
But he's so patient and so, accommodating, because people are rude to him and they say all kinds of shit to him, and he just, okay, well, if that's how you feel, and then he'll counter with something. And that's what I admired the most about him. If anyone's had their own kids, you want to smack them when they talk to you that way, and he's going to listen to some other people's kids talking like that.
And not only did he not deserve to die,
of course not,
and he didn't deserve for these people to be mocking him. But when you watch this, he's actually extremely nice to these kids.
Oh yeah.
Like I didn't know that he was this nice, because, like I said, I just watched the little 30-second snippets here and there. I thought he was kind of like like maybe a dick or a jerk.
Yeah,
he's like, this makes his killing. Watching this, for those of you who had never seen this much of Charlie Kirk, watching this makes his murder 10, 20, 100 times worse. Press 1. It's like, I thought he was a wise ass or a dick, because I never, I just never, You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've seen probably maybe 50 clips here and there over the years, but this never was just like never was into watching this much.
Be higher than that, yeah.
Charlie Kirk absolutely snaps after this black student claims that merit-based hiring is somehow racist. You guys got to check this out.
We watched 3 videos of yours, best top 10 Charlie Kirk debate moments of 2024.
Oh, no.
Students enraged that I say college is a scam, and 10 unforgettable Charlie Kirk debates that shook 2024. And I picked 3 different topics that I think are important to me, which comes down to immigration, affirmative action, and DEI, and college is a scam. But the one I want to talk to you about the most is affirmative action and DEI. And in these videos, you have said, quote for quote, white males have high test scores, white males shouldn't have to be penalized. You did acknowledge and say that people of color come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds that do not prioritize education much. But instead of making a suggestion on how to help those communities and continue to
grew up in the
build
suburbs
those communities
too.
up,
Yeah, definitely. And how to help those communities. You can't help these people, man. You can't help if people don't value education as a group. Let's just say perfect world, there's no DNA. The people they just for some ethereal reason they don't value education. They're gonna have to come to Jesus on their own. You can't help them with that. But then you throw in DNA and IQ and how, like, listen, if you've got a certain IQ, you're not going to be interested in certain shit.
Yeah, you know, and whatever education, it's not going to necessarily help them become an athlete or a rapper or the kinds of things that they want to do.
Exactly. Like your interests, kids are interested. A concert pianist doesn't pick that shit up in college. He's been fucking playing the piano since he was fucking 3 years old because he was so interested in that shit that his parents was like, "Yo, let's develop this interest." Like, you have to show promise at a young age in certain things. A lot of things you have to show promise in. You can't just pick them up. Like, it's not like, okay, you're 7 feet, so it's like the high school coach is like, "Hey, kid, you ever play basketball?" "No." "All right, meet me at 3:30. We'll teach you how to play basketball." And then you go to the NBA because you're 7 feet tall. In life, most things, like, you show promise early. You know what I'm saying? And that promise is developed because people see the promise. What do you think about that?
That's how we do it in the white community.
You know, shout out to Eric S. He wrote this when the other girl was up there, but it's actually still relevant. He said tiger or glider spot she took at the university.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt.
You continue to say that our institutions are becoming less excellent. And I'm confused as to what your definition of excellence is. Is that because white males aren't necessarily, in your opinion, getting accepted as in a higher rate, even though they technically are, because 41% of college admitted students are of the white race?
It should be higher than that, yeah.
Based on what? Where are you getting the statistic? I just want to understand.
It's a good question. The Supreme Court did a whole case on this, and it ruled against affirmative action. And we saw the books of Harvard. So
I don't want to cut you off. May I know so like for future reference, so I can understand where you're coming from and get more context, could I know the Supreme Court case?
Yeah. So the name, 2.5 years ago, I think it was something out of California. Someone look it up. You could use Grok or ChatGPT.
If somebody could please look that up for me. Thank you.
So we saw the data out of Harvard. Harvard was the test case, and effectively approximating, but a white male had to get about a 30% higher test score to even be considered than an equivalent black student.
And when was this?
Over 30 years. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think so. So it was basically for a black student, they could do 30% worse on their standardized scores than an equivalent
And
white
you don't
student.
think that has any out?
And everyone here knows that's true. Like, let's be honest. There's nobody in there. There's no white kid in this crowd that doesn't know that that's true. There's probably some black kids dumb enough to not know that's true, but every white kid there knows that's true, right? Is that correct?
I always knew it.
Yeah, I think that they were talking about affirmative action back in my day, so I know that white kids nowadays know that, like, they got to get higher test scores and shit like that and better grades just to get in. Who's this Dios Parada? Who's that?
They're also in the classroom with those kids. They see how they perform. They see how they're, coddled. And
They might not be in the classroom with these kids.
In high schools?
Yeah, I mean, high schools are very segregated, bro.
Well,
in America,
overall, perhaps because
maybe private
where
schools,
people
maybe.
live is kind of segregated, but there are plenty of high schools. My high school had blacks. It had, my kids' high school had blacks.
What was the distribution at your high school?
It was pretty small. They were busing them in from another part of town, and it was like maybe 30 in the class of 200 or something, maybe. And not a classroom, but like the junior class, or whatever, was 300
Oh, that's
maybe
pretty
10%.
big. Yeah, that's pretty big. Yeah, that's a nice size. But yeah, and as a student, you're not only gonna see, like, even if you don't see their grades, the behavior, like the way blacks behave in school is you see that, right? Yeah, it doesn't have to be like necessarily, you looking at their fucking report card.
No, but they're in the class. They see who's goofing off and who's not paying attention, who's not showing up, who's fucking around.
Yeah.
Side factors to do with it.
Well, that's not the point. The point is whether or not.
But how is that not the point?
Because I don't believe we should accommodate based on outside factors. You do.
Well, I do, because I believe in progression, and I feel like you have stated in multiple of your videos, which I do have a quote.
No, fair enough. I'm just making sure we understand we disagree. I don't think we should change the rules of the game to accommodate.
What were the rules of the game?
Well, the rules of the game are that you should be treated fairly and equally, right?
For sure.
That's an American principle.
And I agree with that completely.
Got it. So therefore, a white male should not be treated differently than a black male.
But when you come from a different,
Doesn't matter.
But the
Equal treatment or not. It's not whether or not you were said mean things when you grew up or whether your dad was a gangbanger. Doesn't matter.
Well, I'm
Okay?
not saying that's not the outside factors I'm talking about.
It doesn't matter
But
what the
I
outside factors are.
But can I
Equal
explain where I'm
But
coming
understand, I'm going to finish and I'll let you talk.
Okay, of
Equal
course.
treatment is regardless of any sort of sob story you could put on before it. Equal treatment. Test score.
And I completely agree with that. But I also come from a predominantly white town, so I understand what you're.
You didn't have to tell us that, baby. We knew that. We knew that. Imagine how much trouble she's stirring up on that campus. Coming from that predominantly white town helped her end up at whatever fucking college this is. She probably not like hot with the sister. The Shaniquas probably don't relate to her. What I mean? She probably can't even hold a conversation with the Shaniquas. I've seen that where sisters like this can't even can't even make small talk with Shaniquas. Press 1. Go ahead.
Well, it also depends, like you said, it depends on where this is and who's going there. It might be a lot of sons who grew up in mixed communities or glider neighborhoods, and they're different. They're not from the hood. They're that's what you're talking about. They can't even talk to each other. So these chicks have a lot of power when they are in those mixed rooms or they grew up in glider neighborhoods, because they're like angels. They're like they're soul beings that can't be questioned or countered or argued with. They carry a lot of moral weight. So they don't even have to cause a lot of shit. Just by being there, they set a tone that just kind of keeps stuff tamped down.
And also, like, she carries the weight of Shaniqua. Like when Shaniqua was like fighting at the airport on the video, and like her white friends or white people who know her say, okay, well, there is a difference. You know what I mean? Like that's not all Shaniqua's, because I know this chick right here, she doesn't act like that. So she does kind of like carry the weight. And if Shaniqua, let's just say Shaniqua gets pulled over and turns like a $50 ticket into like 10 felonies, right? She gets to be like, she gets to act like that's her lived experience, while denying that the fight at the airport is her lived experience. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So she's got it. She's got it pretty good. She's got it sweet. She gets the
And
sympathy.
up until this year, she would have come out of that school with a degree and gotten a job anywhere she wanted.
Yeah.
She still might. I don't know how that's going. They're being so sneaky about DEI stuff and all the big corporations.
Yeah, they said they're still going to do it. They're just going to do it in other ways. But she's a good looking chick. She's hot. Don't get me wrong. She's smoking. I would have. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, man. I'd have loved to, spend some time with her when I was her age.
You're trying to say, in my district, we have so much funding, and I live in the Florida Keys, so there's a lot of funding that comes to my school, and you can drive 30 miles north and you end up in Homestead, where they have a fraction of the funding that we have, and they don't have as much of the same tests. Like,
now, how do you know that? Because that's not true. Because a lot of these black areas way more funding than the white, because they need it. You know what I mean? They need it. You know what I mean? Because it's just so many challenges. So I don't know. I don't know if I could trust. I think she just assumes from the the standard in the way the students behave, the way the school looks, the scores coming out of those schools. I bet she just assumes that they're less funded. What do you think?
Well, I mean, the funding usually comes from the tax base, which comes from the income of the people that live there, and
but they also got federal funding too for these schools. Like,
true.
You gotta understand too. Like they don't just the tax base. Black people are anchor on the country with funding and shit. And they don't have no tax base. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, if you look at every inner city, like every city, like who you think's paying the taxes in New York City? You think it's black folk? No, but who's in the public schools in New York? The black kids.
Yeah. Well, yeah, state taxes, yeah, and Fed money.
Yeah, man. And also, like, the John C. and Susan B. Foundation and all these other, you know what I'm saying? All these foundations giving all this grant money. They ain't giving this grant money to these white schools, man.
Testing instructors and people to help them and have as much of the same outside resources. And then you can keep going another 30 miles and you end up in Miami, where all the private schools are, and they get even more funding than where I come from. And not that obviously I ended up where I am today because I continue to push through, and I didn't let any outside factors affect me. But
so you special. Okay. So she throws in that, like, yeah, she's special, Yeah, she wasn't a special one. She didn't let that shit affect her.
It never affected her.
I kept going, and some people don't have that same ability.
You want to live in a truly merit-based society? None of that matters whatsoever. You can have a private school with the most funding. It's the most highly acclaimed school all across the nation. And you're still going to have some slackers in that school.
Fair enough. But Florida has...
And I know for a fact that my community gets many donations.
Florida has the most... You could use equitable funding structure of any school and has universal school choice, basically. So that's number one. Number two, explain to me why, when we're admitting people for a job, should it just be what's on that piece of paper, or should race play into the factor?
So I know that your argument is mediocrity. I forgot. I don't
mediocrity.
Really. Okay, yeah, and I know that, and I also believe in quotas as well. But I don't think that it should be one and one, but they should go hand in hand. Because at the end of the day, if I have just as good as a resume as somebody next to me, I want to understand where you're getting that jobs are just taking people because they're a woman, because they are black. I just want to see. and I understand what you're trying to say because of course, with affirmative action and DEI, that does give them an upper hand. But where does it say that you take somebody just because of that color?
All over the place. Capitol Street Partners back in the summer 2022 said that they will not hire white men for internships. That's one example of thousands I could give.
But because of how many people are in there, how many people in
because
position?
they wanted to be. Again, that's irrelevant. It does not matter if you have an internship and everyone is a white man. If they're all qualified, that's great. It doesn't matter if they're all Asian or all black. It should be what merit qualification gets the people into that position.
And of course, but if this school only wanted white people to attend.
No. Good, like excellent qualified people. And if they end up majority white, who cares? Why does that matter?
I don't think that matters. I'm saying that affirmative action.
No, you are saying it matters.
I'm saying that, but I'm not saying for the white male or the black race or the Asian race or the Indian race, or understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that it works in favor for any race and any sex. It works, and it does 1,000%. And I don't understand where you're getting that information.
It is anti-white racism that was in the fiber of our laws that is now getting away thanks to President Donald Trump. Where if you were a white man, especially to apply for internships, jobs, going to college, that it was significantly harder to get those jobs, to get into those practices, because there were quotas that made it easier for people, other skin colors with lower standards, to be able to get those positions. We agree there's only so many slots in a college, right? There's only so many positions in an internship. It's a limited supply.
I completely agree.
It is scarcity. So when you have a scarce resource, you have to decide how you're going to divvy up that scarce resource.
For sure.
In a DEI model, they're going to say, okay, we're not going to do any more than 30% white, and then we'll do 15%. And so you kind of come up with these quotas. Therefore, they end up saying, well, what happens if the 15% black is not qualified? They don't care, which ends up happening far too often. Or what happens if the
Can you give me examples of cases?
Yeah, air traffic control is actually a really good example. We now have all the documents that show that we went on a hiring spree to have more black air traffic controllers. There's a huge lawsuit about this, 15, 16, 17, where the standards for air traffic control have dropped so dramatically, and you're kind of seeing some of the effects of that potentially. And again, it's in almost every single corporate practice, every single college institution. But it just kind of comes down to more of a moral argument that I have, which is that if you have something based on merit, I don't care if it's all black, all Asian, all white. It's an excellent group is what I want, not a diverse group. I care about excellence, not diversity, because I do not believe diversity is a strength.
It honestly goes back to what Martin Luther King Jr. said.
Wow. What's going on? Is that Wicked in the back?
Look like it.
Oh,
yeah, it's Wicked.
Someone said they're in the bag. I think the Ghost of Judah. I don't know.
He looked like a porn bomb.
But he's in the chat though. He's also in the regular chat.
Oh,
what's up, Wigan?
What's up, dude?
Still hurting from Charlie, man.
Oh, you followed Charlie?
No, I didn't follow him, man. But I think as a dad, it just really just seeing him with his little kids, man. It's just like fuck. Who what kind of only someone who doesn't have kids could do something like that, you know?
What do you mean? People that have kids do that shit all the time.
I don't know, man.
The white community.
No, well, yeah, but like stake someone out with a scope and a rifle from a couple 100 yards and just try to blow their head off. That's crazy. And to know that that's a father. And if you yourself are a father, I couldn't get myself to do it. Like, unless it was someone who had wronged me or someone who actually deserved to die, but just someone who has different opinions than me.
But look at these people that are doing that, bro. Dude, they're trans. They're already
a lot of them are, man.
They're already fucked up in the head.
They're trans. They're super feminized.
They're miserable.
They're miserable. They hate the institution of marriage. They hate family. They hate children.
Drugs.
All the drugs they're using.
They're all
I agree with I think Charlie said it. These universities are radicalizing them, dude. They're fucking their heads up, dude.
Oh, they've been doing it for decades. I was in university in the 90s, and it was so prevalent then. It was, Yeah,
even me. I remember when I was in the university, I believe the shit they would say, dude. I truly believe that the Sun Man was being targeted, that they were being incarcerated because they were being targeted. But you know, you grow up and you have eyes and you see and you realize that they're being incarcerated because they're committing crimes.
Yeah. But you know, you become part of the cult in the university. You become part of the
Yeah,
group. It
I
feeds
agree.
itself, you know, and you score points socially for going along with this shit. And it was the easiest A you could get was to take a some sort of feminist studies or ethnic studies classes, because all you had to do was regurgitate the shit. And you know, door handles are sexist, or you know,
Right.
sidewalks are racist. You just come up with some dumb reason and you get your A.
Yeah, yeah. Fun fact, guys, I took Spanish and I got a D at the university. Fun fact.
Sure.
But in my defense, I wasn't going to class, you know?
Well, how many gliders flunk English? I mean, it's not
Yeah.
vocabulary. It's grammar and
Yeah.
syntax and
Motivation.
conjugating verbs.
But what I will say about Charlie Kirk, dude, is I'm I'm surprised. Well, one of my good closest friends was a huge follower of him apparently, right? And he's like a single guy bachelor. He said he's gonna leave America to Japan, right? And I'm very intrigued by that because here I am. I'm very pro America, right? Or I think I am. I'm pro American. I'm Catholic, and I'm raising a family, right?
Mhm.
What Charlie would preach,
Right.
what he believed in, and I believe in that. I believe more people need to do that. You know what I mean?
And I tell you what, though, I didn't really believe it until I did it myself. You know,
Yeah.
when you do it yourself, you start to see it. Like, I used to have these same old liberal views on abortion. I used to think, it's just a clump of cells. It's a woman's right and autonomy and all this shit. And then you see
Yeah.
your own child inside your wife's womb, and it's 3 months old, and it looks like a little tadpole, and you realize that's
Yeah.
a life. That's a real thing. And I'm praying and hoping that it can someday join me, you know, and be out here.
Yeah. So
And
wait, Jamie, let me try to understand. Are you pro life?
I'm anti-abortion. I'm pro-life.
Okay.
And the only except in cases where the woman will die, because then I think you just have a sort of a right to self-defense, as it were, against your own fetus. But other than that, no, I think it's murder. I think it's an abomination. I think it's unholy.
Yeah, for sure. But what about all the undesirables though? Because some people don't need to be born. Is that fair to say? I mean, I know it sounds
You find out
crude.
after the fact, but I think part of those undesirables that you're talking about, part of it is it's incentivized. If you're paying people and giving people money because they've got more and more dependence and they don't have to work for it, well, you know,
Yeah.
there wouldn't be so much birth in certain communities if they weren't getting paid to do it by default. I don't
Jimmy,
think.
I disagree, Jimmy. Certain communities, they're just gonna have high birth rates, dude. You know, they just are like the Hispanics. We have a high birth rate, right? Or
Well, they have
whatever.
a high birth rate and they also have the highest abortion rate. So
Hispanics?
no, the sons.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of getting at. Like, could you imagine? And me and High Black have talked about it. How our system's already buckling as we speak, dude. You
Mhm.
know, could you imagine if there was no like abortion?
Yeah, I mean, if it were, that's the nightmare scenario. In a perfect world where people have the sense to be careful about not getting pregnant and everything else, it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
And it's more common in the glider community than it is in other communities to have that kind of awareness. And part of that is because I think gliders have more to lose. If you grow up in the an affluent or middle class glider community, your life can get turned upside down by having a kid. If you grow up in the hood, what doesn't mean shit. You just give it to your mom
Yeah.
and you go out to the club. And you get a check.
Even in the trailer parks, right? I imagine the trailer park gliders, maybe they're also maybe a bit more reckless. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I would think so.
Jimmy, how many kids you got? If you don't mind me asking you.
No offense, I'll type it in the chat, man. I don't want
Okay, yeah, no worries, no worries. I got 2 kids, you know, and we're not done yet. We're gonna have more.
have more, man.
Yeah.
I wanted as
Yeah,
many as
yeah.
I was one of 7, and I wanted
Nice.
I wanted 4 or 5, and we didn't make
So,
it to that number.
So are you like middle or the youngest, oldest?
I was in the middle, right in the middle.
Oh, okay. So you were lost in the middle, Malcolm in the middle.
I guess, man. I never felt like it. I didn't see so much of that dynamic, or I wasn't aware of it, but maybe. You know,
Yeah.
we were all the same. My parents didn't have any favorites.
Yeah, but you
And
know
I know
what? You know what, Jimmy? I had someone tell me recently because I was telling them we're gonna have more kids, right?
You
But I
do it,
am
man.
apprehensive because it is very hard, right? And they were telling me go for the third one. You never regret the third one. He was adamant about it. I don't know what he was getting at, but it's a little bit daunting. I have to admit that having a
I'd say
third
go
kid.
for 4, man. I tell you this, with 3, what happens is one, just when they're younger, there's 2 that are getting along and the other one is always out. And they'll alternate and they'll take turns doing it, but there's someone who's on the outside of whatever's going on, and the other 2 give them the business for it. And if
Yeah.
if that third kid had someone else to play with, or you'd have, I would think there was less trouble.
Yeah,
That's just theory,
awesome, dude.
Like I said, I was one of 7, so that was never an issue. If you had a beef with one of your siblings, you went to someone else.
Yeah, yeah. But Jimmy, I always appreciate because I love what you're saying, right, Jimmy? I don't come across a lot of gliders in these uh internet streets personally that want to have kids. They seem more like not interested in it, and I don't understand it.
Well, part of it, there's a lot to that, man. For the last 3 decades, all we've been told is there's a population bomb. 4 decades, there's a population bomb. The world is overloaded. We're destroying the planet. It's wrong. It's nearly immoral to bring more people into this world. It's been a mind fuck that's been played on people. And now they're telling us, oh well, because you don't have enough kids, we got to bring them in from India. We got to bring them in from Cameroon.
The third world.
Yeah, it was kind of a swindle.
Yeah, I never understood because it's a common theme, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of young white men, my impression is they don't want kids because they feel like the economy isn't in their favor to do so, and that's the thing, dude. There was gliders, Jimmy, back in the Great Depression, having a lot of kids, and they toughed that shit out, dude.
Well, it was different then too. There weren't as many women in the workforce. And my dad had 7 kids. He had a house in the suburbs. All of his kids that wanted to went to college. His wife didn't have to work, and he was just an electrician. And he had 7 kids. And we never, not to play that old fiddle about, we never worried about, we never felt we were poor. We didn't miss out on anything.
No, I'm right there with you. Are you Catholic, Jimmy? Or are you Christian? What are you? Are you Muslim?
No, I was raised Catholic, and then I went.
There you go.
I walked away from the church for a long time because of its history with sort of child abuse and stuff. But I'm coming back because I feel like I've cheated my own kids by not putting him into some sort of religious background and teaching, because I feel like they're missing that, and it's made them kind of like cynical, and they scoff at people that are religious, and I feel like I kind of messed up. I wish if I could do it over, I would definitely bring them into some sort of faith.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's never too late, right? But so your kids are not baptized? They never did their first communion?
No.
Interesting.
They didn't even get their shots for the longest time, man. I didn't get vaccines for them. I didn't put them in church. I didn't do a lot of stuff.
Wow, interesting, dude. So do you think you'll be able to draw them back into some kind of faith?
Well, it's funny. I think there's something going on in a lot of the youth today where they're coming to it on their own, and they're saying things, and they've even given me a hard time about, like, you should have, we're missing out on this because you never put us into it. Like, I thought I was doing them a favor, but I think, and I tell them, listen, it's all about faith. You can't prove the existence of God, but the one thing I do believe in, whether or not there's a God, I do believe in miracles, because I've seen them. I've seen the miracle of life. That is the greatest miracle of all. And I've seen it, and they are a product of it. And that to me is the be all and end all of, is there not a God? And I have to believe in the faith that there is.
Yeah. I know religion can be a touchy subject for people, right? I know
Especially
I'm a man of faith.
Catholics.
Yeah. I mean, look, like, it's kind of how you said, the history, the present, it's a lot going on, right? But I agree with what you said a second ago. I think faith is important, right? And morals, having strong morals is important,
all
right?
the structure that comes, and we live, whether if you're an atheist, you have to accept that you live in a what do I call it, like it's a Christian culture, but it's not religious. It's more about foundationally all of our morals, our laws, the way we interact, it's all
Yeah.
based on our religion.
This country is it is a Christian.
It's culturally Christian.
Right? It's a Judeo-Christian country, dude. Like it or not, it's based off of that, right? I know it's freedom of religion, but let's not kid ourselves.
It's not even Judeo-Christian, man. It's Christian. The Judeos, they're like 2%, 2.5%, 3% of the population. When I'm a Judeo-Christian, I'm not reading the Torah or studying the Talmud.
No, yeah. But I guess when I don't want to.
I just feel like that word has been kind of foisted on us. It's like,
Yeah. I don't want to
people link that?
antagonize you. I don't know if you heard me and Fisherman talk about it, but I feel like there's no way around it. Christianity is a Jews crew mythology. I think it is, but even with that, even though I have that cynicism, and I know the Bible says that no matter how good of a person you are, you will be punished for your lack of faith. I will hope that God forgives me for my
But you're a Catholic. If he's going, you renounce all your sins.
Yeah, no. See, I think I'm a good person, Jimmy. I try to help people X, Y, and Z, right? I heard something recently, Jimmy, that it struck a chord with me, right? It said, as a good Catholic, we'll forgive. For example, we'll forgive these violent criminals, right? But we will punish them. Like we will forgive them, and then we will execute them. And I was like, yes, I like that. I like that you are forgiven, but unfortunately for you, you're done.
Well, I think, for me, that stuff, I was talking to one of my kids about this. I don't even believe that it's not reformative. It's not restorative. It's just like, hey, it's for the sake of the population now that you're just going to spend the rest of your life in jail. You can't live amongst normal civilized humans.
So you don't believe in the death penalty?
I actually do. I didn't used to. I've changed my views on a lot of things. I didn't used to believe in it, but I do now.
Why do you think you believe in it now? Could it be because
I think we're overloaded. If let me tell you, I'll put it this way: if this were an all glider community, there'd be almost no need for the death penalty. Gliders are committing crimes, but they're not murdering each other en masse. They're not doing, they're not doing things that are punishable by death. And I was against it because I felt I was anti the state. I always felt like it's not the government's job to be putting people to death, and that's not something you want them to have power over, because then you have tyrannical governments that can do it to anyone they want, and it's that toe in the door that they'll be spreading it out to use whenever they feel the need. And when I was younger, I was principle opposed to it, but as I've gotten older and I've seen how this judicial system we have, this law, it's so inept, corrupt, and corroded. It's ineffective. And this fucking chimp that stabbed that girl on the train, with all his prior felonies, that can't happen anymore. He's got to either be locked up for life, or we need to zap him. There's just too many of them.
Hey, I go 45 revolver in the chat said he wants blood.
Who does?
Like, what are we doing here? Where's the sun blood? He said. Damn.
Let me read some of these super chats, man. Salute to Barry James, man. Barry James is in the building, man. Shout out to Barry James, man. Salute to Lex Luthor. He says Charlie Glider thinks he can change DNA. LOL. Much respect to you. Yeah, Charlie was a nice guy, man. The things these black people are saying about him lets me know one thing: they never watched him. They never fucking watched him.
Most people cite the same 2 or 3 things he said for why they hate him. Oh, he said that if his daughter got raped, he'd want her to have the kid. Therefore, I hate him. Or
wait, he said that?
Something like that's what I've been told, is that he said if his daughter had been raped, he'd want her to have the kid.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
I can't cite it. I'm saying these are the same 3 things I hear from everybody.
Oh, gotcha.
He said something very much different. I think we saw yesterday or 2 days ago when we did the clip. He didn't say that at all. But they lie, and they have the ability to lie. They have, but Yak says watching these kids is tough. Reminds me how clueless I was at that age.
True.
Which you're right. We didn't just have pre-programmed buzzword talking points to regurgitate. Yeah, I mean, I still think that a lot of kids were more impressive back in those days.
You think so?
Yeah, yeah. I think on a college campus, you would find kids that would at least be comfortable speakers, thoughtful speakers, um, could understood certain things, especially if they were going to talk about it. Like these kids were not being dragged out of their room and like light flashlight in their face, like tell me about uh what reparation. No, these kids volunteered to come up there and they didn't know anything about what they were talking about. That's very different. Um, let's see. I know people want some crime, man. I know some people want some crime, man. I know they came here for the crime, man. They came here. Some of the people come here for the crime. They want to see.
It's the same black crime,
Yeah.
same black channel.
Yo,
Yeah.
did you see the boxing match? Jack? The results?
I heard that the brother
The
gave him
brother-
that work.
Yeah, he gave him that work, man. But Crawford is the man, though, man.
Did he knock him out?
Nah, hell no. But he's just a special boxer, man. A special dude, you know.
Yeah, those middleweights don't really knock each other out like that. That's just one thing that makes their division not as
Like the heavyweights.
yeah, it's not as exciting because heavyweight put you to sleep. These guys they just tap each other all night. But
I thought it was a good fight myself, you know. But
yeah. Don't get me
Maybe.
wrong. I didn't see it, but I know how I know those typical middleweight fights. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just basically like, just winning rounds and shit like that.
yeah,
And,
that's basically what it was.
and when you talk about Crawford, right? The boxing needs a star. The biggest star in boxing to me right now is Jake Paul. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? He's the biggest star. He's fighting Javante Davis next.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so it's
crazy, dude.
it's like the boxing.
It'll be his first fight.
Yeah,
Nah.
that's his first fight for real. If you think about it.
No, that's gonna be a major fight. Like I think he's had fights. He
Well,
fought.
he fought Mike Tyson, bro. He fought
Yeah,
Mike Tyson.
that was an exhibition. The Mike 60.
Well,
But
this was an exhibition, though. The one with
Javante Davis is an exhibition. Oh,
Yeah, it
okay,
is.
okay. Yeah, because I mean Javante is is the type. But here's the thing. One thing you can't say about Jake Paul, he has punching power. He has power.
You're gonna see.
Yo, he has power, yo. He got power in Paul's, man. He got power in them
Yeah,
balls.
I mean, at this point, he knows how to box. You could say that, but he hasn't
I mean,
really.
he been knowing how to box because I think he takes it serious. I think people disrespect him. I think you got your mic is
I mean, look, he just fought Chavez, who like a week before got out of rehab. I mean, come on now.
yeah, but he's a professional boxer. But
He was a professional boxer.
Yeah. But here's my thing. Here's my thing. I think he takes it serious because those guys came up in the Golden Glove ranks and they got all that muscle memory and they know all the tricks to the trade. I think for somebody who just picked it up recently, I feel like he's a godsend to boxing. He increases the purses. He's engaging. He's controversial. He's
Yeah, that's the
magnanimous.
thing. He sells it.
He brings something to the boxing that hasn't been there since Floyd. Floyd is the last boxer that actually was interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. You know, I like Crawford myself, right? But I know he's not necessarily as exciting as far as
Not at all.
personality.
Not
But
at all.
he's a good dude though. Like I watch boxing. I
Yeah,
like
no,
Bud.
I like him a lot, and he can be the best, and somebody else still like, for instance, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like the best guy don't have to carry all the weight of being like Dennis Rodman wasn't the best player, but he served his role in the NBA, keeping it spicy, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you don't have to be the best boxer. They don't have any boxer. Since y'all saying Jake Paul's not a real boxer, there's no boxer that's a boxer that's interesting right now.
No, I can't think. The close one that I could think of would be maybe Gervonta.
Javante, yeah, Javante, but he's still not.
No,
Super.
no, not at all. I think the thing about him is that he's too busy fucking up. You know, he keeps beating his girls. You know, I don't know if you know he beat his girl, some girl again.
I don't know about beat his girl because a
And he
lot
don't
of
seem
Hey, come
focused.
on, a man's got to stay in shape.
He don't seem interested in like for example, him fighting Jake Paul. It's like, you don't want a world title, bro? You don't want like a legacy? I guess he
You get
wants
back
the
to the
money.
hotel and stay there.
Wants to get paid.
I like it here.
Go on, get moving.
I said
Okay.
I like it here.
Well, I can change that in a hurry.
Give me your perspective on DEI, and because
Reagan.
based on what I heard earlier,
I love that scene, man.
You get back to the hotel and stay there.
I like it here.
Is that Angie
Go on,
Dickinson?
get moving.
Mm.
She was
I
a piece,
said
man.
I like it here.
Well, I can change that in a hurry.
give me your perspective on DEI, because
let me tell you something.
You get back to the hotel.
Not being able to do this causes a lot more problems. Because here's the thing. A woman throughout throughout the years, right? We've evolved, right? And a woman has evolved to test a man and push him to the limit. And a woman only knows where that limit is when she is slapped like that, right? So because this society has taken the slap away, it's removed the slap, not bash her head in and throw her through a fucking sheet glass window, but just slap her, right? You know what I'm saying?
Bring back the slap.
They've removed the slap. A lot of guys kill women that because they, you know what I'm saying? Because they finally explode. When the slap would give them both of us a release. It would give her the release and us the release.
Like, look, years ago, I'm not proud of this, right? But I was so mad once that I smacked this girl, and she apologized. She apologized, bro, because she knew. Look, I would never do something like that, but she just, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean. Trust me.
And
The
she
slap-
apologized, bro.
The slap is integral, right?
Yeah,
I think it's
up,
shit
Ray-Ro?
test.
That's
They
not how
call
you
it.
just put it. You put it well a second ago.
Ray-Ro.
what's good, yo?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You put it well earlier, right? Like, it makes sense. Like, they took that away, and now,
Yeah.
you know.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you ain't lying. My ex, she kept nagging me one day. And one day I was like, yo, shut the fuck up. Yo, the next morning she's like, you want eggs and bacon?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
was like, oh
Yo,
shit.
they want these are cave women. Let's be honest. With pantyhose and fucking, tampons and shit. No, these is cave women that was bleeding down their leg. You know what I'm saying? This shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, these women are just they're cave women at their core. You dig what I'm saying? Just like we're
We all are.
cavemen. Yeah, exactly. Just like we're cavemen.
Yeah, and it does.
That's a big problem with the left, is that they're kind of trying to pretend that human nature doesn't exist, that we're all equal, and that given the opportunity, everybody's going to be good. And if we just give everybody everything for free, we're going to have paradise. They forget that there are scumbags and lazy people and hard workers. There's a whole
Predators.
variety of humanity that they're trying to squash into one little cube that they can service.
Yo, but the slap causes it hurts women. The removal of the slap hurts women. Let me tell you how it hurts men. It causes a lot of stress because you could put up with a bitch nagging and being out of pocket. Because here's the thing: women be out of pocket. They'll call you broke. They'll talk about your mama. They'll do things that you'll kill a man for. Yeah, they will. They love talking about your mama and shit. They'll do shit. They'll do shit that they'll do shit that you routinely got in fights on the schoolyard about, right? So it's like they're awful, right? They and when it goes unchecked, they become more awful, right? So then men put up with this shit for eons, right? 20 years. And then one day she hits him and he hits her back and he goes to jail. And it's like men, and then he comes out, he has to apologize and shit, and he has to go to counseling and shit. When really, like, he should have slapped her. That slap that she got after that slap that she got was maybe 20 years in the making, and he should have slapped her 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Bring back the slap.
Yep.
And it hurts. And let me show you how it hurts the woman. It hurts the woman because she gets killed because the man has so much. A woman that we put up with so much shit. Men put up with so much shit off of women.
Always have.
Women give men shit. And I was thinking about this earlier too. I was like, yo, you notice how a woman, she can't clean without having an attitude? If a woman sweeps up a pile of dust, she gonna act like she fucking just redid the whole house, right? If a woman does a sink full of dishes, she gonna be mad. She gonna if you're anywhere in sight and you're not also doing something, she gonna get attitude, right? No woman can clean while a man is not doing something. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They
That's
can't.
my mom.
Yeah, if they clean and you gotta like hop up and do something but if you're just sitting there relaxing while she's cleaning, she's gonna be pissed, right?
They hate a man who's sleeping.
Yeah, right, exactly. So here's the thing. So they give men shit. I'm talking about shit. And when you see these explosions and these guys like murder these women, a lot of these women would not have been murdered in the past. Because you know how we think of, cavemen, must have been crazy because you look at the way we are now. I think cavemen were less killers of women.
Damn, that's a good point, Ock.
Because you could slap a bitch and put her in her place, like, bitch. And then she would be in her place. And then she also, like you said, she would like some energy that she was looking for from the man.
I'm telling you, man, they respond to power, and
exactly.
without it, because that's what they're attracted to. And
it's out of balance. It's out of balance. Yeah, it's out of balance.
The benefits were twofold for her and him, right? It makes sense to me, anyway.
I think that's why there's such a high divorce rate right now. I think it's men have lost power within the relationship, and women hate men with no power. They don't respect them. They hate men. They will leave a man who doesn't have any kind of power, and they test men. And them.
Yeah.
What's
they
that?
Neuter you,
yes,
though.
they do it
neuter
to
you. Yeah, they neuter you. They take strong men. They take strong men and neuter them. Like these guys, a lot of these guys are not weak dudes. Like I you know what I'm saying? They're strong guys, but the woman neuters him over the course of years.
And I don't think that you necessarily, or you're not advocating for like domestic violence.
Well,
or
hey,
like
Wicked,
beating their
hold on
ass. You know what I mean? It's not like we're saying you should outright fuck them up. I don't think that's what you're saying. You know, what I'm hearing is just a simple slap, to just like a simple reminder, right? It's kind of like doing them a favor, you know?
The pendulum's got to swing back a little bit. It's gone too far into the world of they have no consequences for anything. Men live in a world where you can expect it from any man that he will at one point say to you, you had it coming because of what you did. Women don't have that. They live in a world where they can kind of mouth off and say whatever they want to anybody. And then occasionally a son will stomp them, but they have no brakes on them. There's no guardrails to keep them from going off the road. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And they don't live in a world where they can pay for it physically.
But even
you look
sons,
at a guy
though,
what's that?
I just want to say this. Even sons, street guys, they not just like slamming their girlfriend's heads through windows all day. They're putting up with this shit too. Street guys.
Yep.
Like you said that they neuter men. I think you're onto it, but I think it's a little different. It's men neuter themselves for their women just to keep the fucking peace in the house. It's not like she overpowers him and beats him down and stops him from standing up and giving her a slap. He makes that choice. He cuts it off himself.
No. There's a phone that she can dial at
There's that as well.
911. And listen, I've been there. When they come, that shit is real. Like, it's not like fake. Like, when she calls that number and says she's in distress, they show up, dog. And I also been in a situation where I called 911. Like, my wife now, she was hitting me and shit, and I was holding her, and she kept hitting me in my face, and and that shit don't hurt, but it enrages you. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, and I'm holding her, and I'm grabbing her, like, and she was throwing shit at me. She just was they be out of control, right? So, like, I called 911, and I was like, yeah, I just want to put this on the record, man, because I felt like I was gonna snap. I felt like I was gonna kill her, right? So I was like, yo, I just wanted this to be on record, that she's over here hitting me in my face. He said, do you want us to come out now? I was like, no, I just want to document that she's hitting me. And he hung up on me. That motherfucker hung up on me.
It's still documented.
Yeah.
All those
And
calls
then-
are recorded and transcribed.
Yeah, and then another time she was ripping up my baby pictures and she broke my
Oh
laptop.
hell no!
Yeah, this bitch was crazy. This bitch is crazy. But so it's like yeah, and it's just like yeah, exactly. So it's like light skinned bitch. So it's like I called the police, right? And I wasn't even at this when I was living with my sister when I had left. So she comes over there fucking with me, right? So then this is the middle of the ghetto, right? And I called the police, right? Made the whole block out. I didn't know I was gonna make the block out like this. I mean, I had the block flaming. It was like it was like a goddamn FBI sting over that motherfucker. I felt bad, man, because it was like, man, so many cops came around that motherfucker. I was like, damn, I done fucked everybody money up and all that shit, right? I wasn't expecting that, right? I was just like, yo, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Because one thing about it like this, I know that you have control over situations. You can do anything, like, in a situation, right? Like, all that, like, I have no control over it. Yes, you do. You can run. Like, you can run. You know what I'm saying? Some niggas could corner you at the carry out and talk shit, and you be like, man, I had this. You could run. You could leave and live another day. I always feel like that, right? I don't never have no well, not never, but I have the sun man ability to, more than most sun men, to take a route out of a situation that a normal sun man won't use for pride or because you're not supposed to do that, right? So I was like, I called the police on the bitch, right? And they came over that motherfucker, man, and we was talking. I was talking to the one cop. I was explaining to him what was going on. He was on my side. Then the motherfucking sergeant showed up, a black lady. She was like the lieutenant or some shit. She showed up there. She said, double click. And you know what that means? Both of them going to jail. Because I thought she was only going to go to jail. She came over there. She said as soon as she hopped out the car, she looked. She said, double click.
I think you got profiled.
Yeah, she, and then we both went to jail, right? And my wife still talk about that to this day. You let me address it. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. But anyway, what I'm saying is that, like, when I felt like I was gonna kill her, a lot of some men, they get trapped in that moment and they don't know that there are multiple escape hatches. There are multiple escape. You can call the police. You can leave. I've left too. I packed up my shit and left. A lot of some men, they act like when they get to that point, they act like the only thing is to kill the woman. You can sleep on the street. You can take your shit and go to a local park and sleep on a park bench that night. The night it's gonna be cold, and you know what I'm saying, and shit, you know what I'm saying. You might not get a good sleep on the bench, but at least you didn't kill that bitch and go to jail for the rest of your life. The penitentiary full of niggas that didn't use every escape route they could. Cause you got so many escape routes. You gotta be like a rat. You know what I'm saying? A mouse. You gotta find a hole to get away from these bitches sometimes. And I've actually done that, man. And I know that when I look back on, I say, damn, I was gonna kill this bitch that night. Like I was literally gonna kill her, and I got away, and I'm so thankful. Thank God, man.
You live to kill another day.
Exactly. Because I mean, women are awful, man. I mean, like, I think that's one thing that the manosphere doesn't capture. Just how awful women is. They put it on like they make it seem like they whining over not getting pussy. I'm talking about niggas who get pussy, niggas who get the girl, white dudes who get the girl, white dudes who have their pick of girls. It's still awful. Even if you're a Playboy Romeo, it's still awful. Even if you got 5 badass model chicks, it's 5 times as awful dealing with the bitches.
The best plan is always hit and run.
Huh?
You got to hit and run. You can't let it get to that place.
Women are. Oh, we got a woman here. What's up, Pantheon?
Pantheon, here to represent.
The floor is yours,
I
man.
thought I literally was going to come and talk about the march I went on yesterday, but it's devolved into something else. I said, I may as well still come up and represent in some way. Like, I'm not going to speak about your relationship, but sometimes
Hold on,
people
can I play this? Let me just play this one time before you go.
I already saw it.
You get back to the hotel and stay there.
I like it here.
Go on, get moving.
I said, I like it here.
Well, I can change that in a hurry.
There you go, Ronnie. See, now, even for him, becoming a president was kind of a step down. He got to do that. And then he went on to be president.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You play too much to me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So with the cleaning, I feel that it's more from an adult point of view, because if you weren't in a relationship, are you not a clean human being who looks after yourself? So when a woman is looking at another adult cleaning, it's like, oh, every time you're relaxing, surely without me there, would you not pick up after yourself?
Okay, and then let me flip that around on you. If I wasn't here, would you be living in filth, or would you clean?
No, you'd be clean. I mean, there are so many single women, myself included, who have clean places.
You know how disgusting single women's apartments are?
I know.
Do you know what? I will agree. Like, women's
they're
places
worse than
are
any.
Unbelievable. Women's toilets and public spaces are disgusting, like biohazard zones in some cases.
See, I've never. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, my younger days.
Go ahead. Now go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna go. And now it's not worth it. I was going to concur with her off the disgusting. I used to do janitorial when I was younger, and the women's bathrooms were always it was like a zoo in there.
It's like a chemical wasteland.
Because they have more fluids coming out. Like, they got blood and all type of shit. But here's the thing.
Tears. Let's not forget the tears. They got lots of tears coming out in those stalls.
I've actually accidentally gone into women's bathrooms, and I haven't experienced that. I've experienced that.
Ag, the sinks and stuff are nice. It's when you open the toilet cubicle, you don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the makeup, hand wash everything.
No, the women used to throw their lady napkins all over the place, and they would break into the machine. Back then, you used to put a dime in it or whatever it was to get the
the machines, yeah.
And they would vandalize them. It was terrible, and that was in a department store.
If you need one, you need one. But here's the thing. Yeah,
a dime or a tampon.
Here's the thing about the cleaning thing. The cleaning thing. It's almost compulsory that a woman grows angry with a man when she cleans something. It's almost like it couldn't have been like that in caveman days, man. That has to be an effect of the slapless generation, because that spitefulness, that evil demon seed that runs through a woman when she cleans something, and a man is not also cleaning something else at the same time. That's some kind of like psychosis, man.
Because you're looking at someone, because again, when fortunately on whatever side you're on, it's not a situation where most families can exist on the one income from the man. So the woman is doing the exact same thing as the man in terms of the 12 hours. Maybe she has a part-time to pick up the
Nope,
children.
stop right there. Nope, that's a lie. No woman is cleaning for 12 hours.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they're cleaning for 12 hours. I said they're also working part-time. They may stop early, to pick up the children from
I've seen women at
school.
work too. They don't work that hard. They don't
Yeah,
work that
no,
hard.
they don't. They
Not
don't,
a one.
but-
I'm telling you,
Nah.
not a one. I've never
Yeah,
been
I
on a
know.
job where I thought the woman was busting anybody's ass. No way, never.
Blue-collar jobs or white-collar jobs.
No. In an office, blue collar, merchant, it didn't matter. There was never any woman that worked that hard. I never saw it.
Sometimes men don't work that hard. I look at them in the office too.
Sure, but you know what? They're being carried by the guys that are at 20%.
But again, like I think it does come down to, I'm an adult human being. You are just. I think it comes when they're not doing when men aren't doing anything at all, and it is a case of. But if you were living alone, you would at least do this bit. But you are just, because I exist, you are not doing anything.
No,
I think that
because
aggravates.
no. Let me tell you what's happening. I was watching the fucking game. You came in, saw me watching the game, and decided you wanted to clean the baseboards. I didn't tell you to fucking clean the
I need to
baseboards
vacuum the
right
sofa.
now. Yeah, no, stop it, bitch. You're cleaning the fucking baseboards. Stop it.
I need to clean the
No,
TV.
tell her she
wires.
missed the spot.
Playing
She
golf
missed that area over there.
with men than women.
This is great too.
Years ago, you did an interview, which may come back to haunt you. Whatever, you know what I'm going to say, right?
No.
Okay. You did an interview in which you said, not the worst thing to slap a woman now and then. As I remember, you said you don't do it with a clenched fist. It's better to do it with an open hand. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I didn't love that.
I haven't changed my opinion.
You haven't?
No, not at all.
You think it's good to slap a woman?
No, I don't think it's good. I
don't think it's bad?
I don't think it's that bad. I think that it depends entirely on the circumstances and if it merits it. Yeah.
What would merit it?
Well, if you have tried everything else, and women are pretty good at this, they can't leave it alone. They want to have the last word, and you give them the last word, but they're not happy with the last word. They want to say it again, and get into a really provocative situation.
Can't believe it.
Then I think it's absolutely right.
To give her a good slap.
Yeah, absolutely.
What if she gives you a
Her
good
heart is
slap
racing
back?
now. She wants him.
Well,
She
then
wants
you
him
get
so
into
bad.
another area. I mean, then maybe she's getting to like it, and then it becomes something else. I don't know. But no. Seriously, I think that it's the last resort. He's not going to do it because he wants to do it. Huh?
Wait till people see this interview. You're going to get mail.
Might get some female.
What was his last line?
He said I might get some female. She said, yo, I love the way he stood on that, man. Look, he said Barbara sitting in a puddle.
Yeah. She wants him. man.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Said Sean Connery walked into a feminist rally and walked out with a hot meal and an iron shirt. Oh, yo, I ain't even gonna lie, man. The way he stood on that, yo, she was so expecting him to backtrack, and he was like, nah.
Oh, yeah. And I love that he took the time to lay it out clean. He didn't, I'll tell it to you, man. I'm sorry you didn't already know this for yourself, but I'll explain to you how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, he's like, and listen, the slap is not like a tool of necessarily retribution. It's kind of like it's kind of like how you would do like maybe a cattle prod with or stun gun with a criminal suspect. You know, you're not tasing. You can shoot the criminal suspect, right? Like close hand, that would be like a close hand way. Like if I was to punch a woman, like if I was to punch a man, and he was, expecting it, it would be trouble. But if I was to punch a woman, it would be like literally like she would need surgery, right? Because I'm a pretty big guy, right? So a slap is like my taser. You know how they always tell the cop, man, why did you use your taser? It's like, yo, I'm using my taser. I'm not a slap is. I'm not gonna punch you. I'm
It's
using my
just the
taser.
minimum required force. It's the
Yeah.
minimum required. This will get it done.
Yeah, and also the slap is still you can gauge it. Like you can, like, a punch is harder to gauge power with that. You can
And you
slap
can
a
hurt
girl
yourself giving a
hard.
punch.
That's true.
You can
But you can slap a girl soft or you can slap her hard. Like
resetting a woman's mind is not worth hurting your hand. Using don't close your fist, guys. Give her the reset, but make sure your hand is open.
Guys are crazy.
No,
Crisp.
No,
Exactly.
I want to ask you this, Pantheon. Have you ever pushed a man to a point where you thought he was going to slap you?
No.
That's what they
Like,
all
I-
say.
No, and I've told you this before, like, I don't date a lot, so I haven't got to that point. Like, I don't think I could love anyone enough to be like, oh, you think you need to correct me? Because I'll be like, who are you?
You got someone in the back, guy.
I'd literally be like, who are you? Like, who birthed you to think you could even slap me?
Hold on,
And
let me read
I'm
this.
not a violent person under any circumstance. But I think
makes
if someone touched me and we were in a romantic relationship, like, one of us is dying and it wouldn't be me. 'Cause I'm just like, who are you to slap me?
Okay. Shout out to DM. He's bring up the ghost of Judah Tribe. He wants to debate. Ain't nobody trying to debate. What's up, my man? Savage Red. What's good? The floor is yours, man. Let me
I came up here to call shenanigans.
Go ahead.
Is her name Pantheon?
Yeah.
Yes, hi,
Yeah.
Savage.
Hi, how you doing? So
Not too
I just
bad, how
want
are
to
you?
call not too bad. I just want to call shenanigans on what you said about your scenario of, well, why women do that. Women do that because it's their hard wiring. My wife doesn't work and hates when she sees me enjoying any moment of relaxation. Alright?
It's true, man. You ain't lying.
Yeah, same here, man. Same here, bro.
And Pantheon.
Why do you guys do that,
I
Pantheon?
know that, Pantheon. I know that because he said she doesn't work. So it's not about I bust my ass all day and I got to come home and watch you live. She doesn't work. Go ahead. Floor is yours. Savage. Go on.
So
I was trying to give grace to the situation, but go ahead, Savage.
So last night, I do construction and my back is super tight. So I asked my wife to use one of the guns on me. And she said, I'll use the gun on you for the full 10 minutes if you get up with our baby son when he wakes up in the morning. So I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. All right. I worked all day and came home at like 10:30. I'm currently sitting downstairs by myself, enjoying my
Just
time.
get to the slap. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Getting me some me time. And the fact that she's upstairs sleeping and I'm down here and enjoying myself, just being by myself, will bother her tomorrow.
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, I find myself telling my girl that I gotta remind her I'm not comfortable. Don't worry. I could be sitting down, I'm not
Definitely.
relaxing.
That's a smart tactic, and I've done it, and I've also coached some of my young proteges that too. Like, listen, when you're out, like say me and Wiki go out to the club, right? I tell my girl, like I tell her, say, hey man, me and Wiki going to the club on Saturday. Boom, Saturday comes. You know what I mean? She's like, oh, you gonna go out? You going? Yeah, you need to go out with your friends. And you ain't got no friends. You usually stay out. Go out with your friends. So then I go out and blah blah blah. Inevitably, she's gonna call, right? So she's not gonna let you just enjoy your life. She's gonna call you, right? And she may call you a bunch of times, right? If she calls you and you answer, you have to be like, and she, how's it going? Oh man, thought it was gonna be better, man. This is kind of wag and boring. She's gonna laugh. I guarantee she's gonna laugh so at such a high pitch and be giddy and want to hear more about it.
Be like,
Yeah,
oh,
man,
you
this
waited
place
for this
sucks.
day and it was
Yeah,
rubbish.
yeah, this place sucks, man. The drinks are kind of watered down. It's kind of dirty. She's like, oh, tell me more, tell me more. If you say, if you were to say, I'm having a great time, the time of my life. Oh
Need to
my
come home
God.
now.
Yeah, they
Yes.
can't take that for some reason. Why do you guys do that, Pantheon? Why do you guys do that, Pantheon?
Did she say I'll be right there? Ruin it for
I'm
you?
coming to join you.
Right.
To be
Can I
fair,
can I ask
Pantheon,
something? Are all your spouses and partners, are they all only children or are they all siblings?
Man, make the slap great again.
Yeah.
Are they siblings or only children, your wives and partners?
My wife is his brother. She got a brother. Massa make slap great.
no,
Make
Pantheon.
give her the old Sean Connery.
Yeah, go ahead, though. Go ahead, Savage.
Yeah.
That Ronald Reagan.
So, Pantheon, to be fair, we do have 5 kids. So it's not my wife. It's not that my wife doesn't do anything. But legitly, if I do anything to enjoy myself outside of the children or working, somehow I'm doing something to her. All right. So for you to say it's, oh no, it's because women are working hard and doing stuff, and no, that's a lie. It's just how they're wired.
Yeah, and she,
Nice.
she tried she tried to make it seem like street guys don't have to go through that. I know a bunch of street guys that put in work and put in pain in the streets, and they
What,
fucking
drug
go through
dealing?
the same shit. They go through the same shit. That shit has nothing to do with how tough you are, because you know what I mean. It has nothing to do with how fucking tough you are. You going
Yeah,
through
for
that?
sure.
I think possibly DNA hardwiring, but yeah, no, but
Definitely.
the reason I was saying, even like as an only child, I can stay. Like I'm someone who's like, I came into this planet by myself. I can stay, no issue. Like if you join me, fine. If you don't, like literally didn't infiltrate my life or affect my life in any way. But that's why I was asking, if your wives are siblings, do they have an extra needy factor?
No, it's just all women, Pantheon. Like
Yeah.
you trying to like, it's DNA. If
I knew I was.
anything's DNA, that's
Yeah.
DNA. Okay,
But,
that's
but
DNA.
you know what? It's a part of being a man. Let's be honest. It's a part of manhood. Just a part of being
Dealing with that shit.
married.
Yeah,
It's a
dealing with
part
that.
of it,
Deal-
man. A part of being an adult. I mean,
Yeah.
And lots of
it
men
is
like
what
it.
it
We
is.
have so many older men who's like, oh, I attribute literally my life and my success and even my longevity to my wife for 50 years or something. And if it wasn't for
Well,
my
that's
wife, I wouldn't know my doctor's appointment. I don't know my children's teachers. I don't know all these things.
well, that's true. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say that that's not true, but here, like, my wife says that same thing, but I'm like she gets mad at me because I forget stuff. But I work a full-time job. I own a business. I deal with customers. I deal with billing. I deal with all sorts of things. So like I don't like when you have to deal with money coming in, money coming out, when you're going to be at a certain place at a certain time, what's going on in that job, and what you have to do to complete it. When you have all these things, you're going to forget small things. Like you're just going to forget them. And
Yeah.
granted, I've made more money ever in my life after I got married. But to say the reason that is because my wife is able to take some things off my plate, like washing my clothes. Like there are certain things that I don't have to use my brain for, that I can use my energy to make money. But to say in some kind of way that like only because of my wife, like my wife didn't make me an electrician. I was an electrician before I
No,
ever
I
met
didn't
my
say
wife.
only because of your wife. I'm saying, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm saying that even with men working hard jobs, there's still something like, oh, I'm living with another adult and he couldn't even clear the bin. That's
No,
what I'm saying, regardless
I'm
of the
not saying that
situation.
you're saying that. I'm not saying that you're saying that. But what I'm saying is most of the time when guys say that, it's because those guys have been beat down and simplified by their wives.
Yep.
Like that. Like I've been an electrician for 10 years. I've been married for 3. I was always like, without my wife, I was always going to be an electrician. But because I am married and I have to set my focus on my family, I started a business. I'm doing things to make more money. When it's just me, I don't need more money. Like I can live in a cardboard box with a mattress, and as long as a woman will come over and lay in that mattress, life is pretty good. Like I don't need a
I don't
four
know about that
bedroom.
last part, but yeah.
I
But no,
I
but
don't need a
I think you've probably been, even though you're an electrician, you were always going to be successful in that regard. But with a wife and then children, you've been like fine-tuned and pushed into
She keeps you out of
a
trouble.
higher
Let's put it like
level.
this.
Yeah,
Let's
a
just
higher
let's
level
just-
of
Yeah, for sure.
than
For
even
me,
you as
a
you're
woman
saying
keep
like,
you out of
oh, I
trouble.
could
for
exist.
me that applies. She keep me
Yeah.
out of trouble for
Yeah.
sure.
Woman keep you out of trouble because you're in the house and you're not around the bad elements because you got to be in the house. You know what I'm saying?
They
In the house,
Your
replace
family, man. Yeah.
They
no,
replace you.
I agree, but I'm just saying, like in general, like women want 4 bedroom houses. Like men can have a 5 bedroom house with 1 bathroom. A woman wants a 5 bedroom house with 3 bathrooms. Like
Because it's logical.
Now, a woman. Let me tell you this though: a woman is whatever she wants, give it to her, and then she'll want something else. So it's
You want
not
more?
like not even more different. So it's like they always want to say, oh yeah, I want this, or I want you to be like this, I want you to be like this, but they really just constantly moving the goalposts and shit. What's up, Dada Nyree? What's
Yeah,
going
yeah. That we can bring the slap back or what?
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slap needs to come back now. For real. For the most part, young men, especially, need to learn to put themselves on their couch. You take that power away from them. I did it 25 years ago. I'm not married, but my daughter is over 21 now, and I tell you, I put myself on the couch before my daughter was born, and I brought my girl to the front door, and I said, all this nagging, all this nonsense needs to stop. I said, do I lock the front door? She goes, no. I said, anytime you want to leave, you can leave. And she ain't left yet, 25 years later.
Wait, I thought you said you're
Men,
single.
what? I'm not single.
You're not married.
I'm,
See, you're not married.
I'm not married because there's other reasons why. I could get into that later. But
Oh, but you're with your
what
girl
makes you
though.
single?
yeah, I've been with my girl
Oh,
for over
gotcha,
25 years. You understand? I'm not legally married, but we've been together
Yeah,
25 years.
same difference.
Yeah, same thing. You know what I'm saying? But you need to put yourself on the couch. And men, the problem with men, they listen to the women and they compromise with what she wants. And like I said, they always changing the goals. They want you to do this, and they do this. No. This is my line, and that's it. And now that my daughter's older, I had a rule when my daughter was young. For all those parents, whenever you argue with your girl, always bring it separate. Put it in the room away from your kids. 100%. Never argue with your girl. As soon as you start, go in the room and have that conversation and take care of it. All right, because it will affect the kids greatly. Now that my daughter is an adult, I don't hold my tongue no more, but I'm only sarcastic when we dispute. I don't get angry. I just get sarcastic, and I flip everything on her that she says. The same way you see Charlie Kirk talking to people, and what they say, you just reverse it on them. That's how you do it, and you get your goals. And I told my daughter, and I showed her a long time ago, and even my wife, of other chicks that wanted me to leave my girl at the time to go with them. And she knows who all these chicks are. And in her eyes, women always are assessing other women and saying, oh, that chick is better than me. No, it's not that. But in their eyes, that's what they think. You understand? And I told my daughter, I said, the reason I'm still with your mother is because when we get into a problem, and I don't want to talk about it. She knows how to shut up. That's the most important thing that to me, that's important. I don't care that, she works. I don't care any of that. I said, when we get into a dispute,
I've heard of women like that actually shut up when they're told to shut up, but I haven't seen it.
yeah, well, it's hard, but it takes a long time to break them into that habit. And I think by her living, because we were young when my daughter, she was just out of high school when she got pregnant. She's a couple years younger than me. We went to high school together. And she lived with me for a few years and my mother. My mother is annoying. So she got to see that side that I told her, don't get like that because I'm not gonna deal with it. I'll kick you to the curb. My daughter can stay here and you can go somewhere else. And she realized how annoying that is. So she decided, okay, I'm not going to be like that. Okay, don't be like that. But it's hard to change our old ways. Even for myself, I got a lot of bad habits. I tell my wife all the time, I'm a jerk. I'm an a-hole. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care. I don't care what people think.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to get stressed out because you want to get me. No. I got too many medical problems to be getting stressed out and getting sick. You understand?
I'm sure it's universal too. No matter what corner of the world you're in, I'm sure it's universal.
Listen, I've even heard, and I don't know if this is true. I wish somebody here was Arab, that if in the home, Arab women don't play. They are fucking hardcore.
Hell on wheels.
Like that home is there because that's there in the the Quran. That's there.
I've heard that. Yeah, that's where they dominate.
Asian ones as well.
Dominate the home, and I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I thought Arab dudes had it.
Right. It looks like they do.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think it's important to say, right, that with all we're saying, I'm with Charlie Kirk, and I'm a strong proponent of the nuclear family, man. You gotta do it, man. You gotta raise a family, raise kids, man.
No doubt, and it works out most of the time. And salute to Eric S. Man, Ock Nation Hall of Fame, coming through once again. Shout out to my man Rob Rodriguez. Yeah, man, this the serious hour, man. The serious conversation. But look, I still think though that like men, two things. One thing, there needs to be some way to legally punish a woman for the nagging and the abuse, because they're nagging and they're belittling you, telling you broke or you ain't shit and all this stuff, or said this men, I don't know any men who do this. Most, you're not a real man. Those things hurt men to the core, right? And the constant like dogging out of men and just unchecked, it needs to be a way you can document that. So like if you go to, like when a man goes to court, right, for a divorce, none of that is documented. It's like what's the reason you're leaving her? Because she's nagging all the time. That's not really like seen as like a serious thing. Or she complains about everything. Or she puts me down all the time. Or she minimizes my contributions. That's not seen as a thing. But if you punch a girl or slap her, that's on the record. That is abuse. You've abused that girl. She's abused. If a woman says she's been abused, it can be quantified. There's no way to quantify their abuse.
So
it can't be calculated.
So my opinion is you have to learn to use reverse psychiatry in order to get what you need. So I tell my daughter all the time, and I try to teach her to be a better woman in this crazy world.
You use reverse psychology. You use like reverse psychology, like you tell her something. Yeah, honey, I want you to be fat.
No. When she pisses me off, I tell her. I say, you weigh the same as if you were pregnant, just to piss her off. I'm a jerk, and I don't care because No, she tries to like shame me because now like I'm skinny. But this last year I gained a couple of pounds, not much. I'm still not where she's at, and I explained to her that because I have good genetics, I can't gain weight. I have Crohn's disease, so it's harder for me to gain weight than to lose weight. So I stay slim
That would
all the
not be the
time.
definition of good genetics.
No, it's a joke. It's being sarcastic. You get what I'm saying. Um, but at the end of the day, like for example, the other day, I didn't shave because I'm working. I've been working like 3 weeks straight. I had one day off in the last 3 weeks. So I don't care what I look like. And she goes, "Oh, you need to shave." I said, "Why?" So I could get all the hot chicks, all the old chicks to hit on me. Is that what you want? And if she shuts up, you have to take whatever the situation is and flip it on them. You want me to
Yeah, yeah.
shave and look all pretty? All right. Guess what? Don't complain when I got to beat all these old ladies with this cane.
Nah,
You know
we
what I'm
talked
saying?
about that. We talked about that earlier. Like, never tell him that you're having a good time when he's coming
No, you have to use it in a way that they're not expecting that answer. You understand? They're expecting you to apologize and all this. Oh, no, it's not happening. I'm gonna give you one more quick example. She came home and complained about the dishes in the house. And the way I run the house is uh, I don't care that there's dishes in the sink. My daughter, it's her responsibility because she hasn't been working for the last couple of years and she just got a job. So eventually it's going to change. But since she's not working, I put that onus on her. You're in the house, you have to clean the dishes. So I tell my daughter, clean the dishes when you get a chance. That's it. I don't need dishes to be done exactly at this minute. Nobody's coming in the house. So she complained when she got home from work. I said, me and my daughter have been running around all day, and we just got home less than an hour ago waiting for you to come home from work. 2 hours late you came, and you expect all these dishes to be done? For what? You're not cooking. I cooked yesterday. We're having leftovers, so it doesn't matter. The dishes will get done when they get done. Simple. And she got all flustered. You know what? I don't care. Walk around with Miss Pissy Face. That's what I call her. I don't care. And the whole thing is to do the reverse psychology. So, for example, my daughter, every day before work, I wake up, I work overnights. She makes me a coffee. She brings me my medicine. She brings me a drinks, wakes me up. No problem. I'm happy. Right?
I don't know.
My
Pantheon,
wife
do you
wakes.
think that works? Do you think reverse psychology works on you?
I didn't know. The reverse psychology isn't, for me, it's just energy, like expending that energy.
No, but Pantheon, if you want something done, right, and you're not getting it the way you're doing it, you have to figure out a different method to get your results. It's real simple. So you can't beat a kid all the time and say you need to follow my rules. No, you have to give incentives sometimes. Sometimes
right.
you get what I'm saying?
No, no
Especially
doubt.
especially with kids. Sometimes a good whooping works, and to a certain age, and then after they get older, they're gonna resent that whipping. You understand? So at some
Yeah,
point,
the
you have to
different women
stop.
obviously need different things.
Yeah, and you have to encourage the kid to be a good kid and do what you want. And how do you do that? You have to have some type of incentives. You understand? So every child is different. You could raise 3 kids exactly the same, and they all come out different. Doesn't matter. You have to figure out what works for each kid. Unfortunately, I only have one kid that I know of. So uh, long story short, my wife almost died with my daughter. So when she did get pregnant the second time, um, we were told that she would possibly die because she almost died the first time. So unfortunately, I tell people all the time, as have as many kids as you can. I wish I had more kids. And as of right now, I don't see that in our cards because we're getting old. But
Okay, but
and
do you think it's DNA or do you think it's culture?
So there's I used to think it was culture, and I would say a couple years ago, Ak brought up the dog situation.
Sorry.
You know, and it made me realize that I think there's a lot more DNA leaning than cultural.
Yeah, I mean,
So
women are like this everywhere. So it's like I remember in high school, we read this book called Taming of the Shrew. It's a Shakespeare book. And it was all about this man trying to break his new wife. In India, Gandhi beat was a woman beater.
Yo, do you hear that?
Just mute yourself.
Yeah, mute yourself, bro.
What's his
Yeah.
name?
Yeah. But Gandhi was a woman beater. Yeah, Gandhi was beating the shit out of. Because in India, you have to break your wife. In India, you have to break your wife. That's Indian culture. That's how their culture is. You have to break your wife.
I think also it is, and you did touch on it at the beginning. It is a power thing. Like the more powerful man, the more you'd accept it. Because Barbara Walters accepted all the jokes about her accepting what Sean Connery said. But if it was let's say if it was Gandhi or the person who did the person with glasses in Honey I Shrunk the Kids saying
Rick
like I slap
Moranis.
women. Yeah,
Rick
like
Moranis.
if he said to Barbara Walters like I slap a woman, she'd be like absolutely not.
Yeah, but if he wouldn't have backed down, like I think with Sean Connery, he's a very handsome guy and all that stuff. But if Sean Connery would have backed down, they would have destroyed her. They would have, he would have canceled too. Like just because you're handsome don't mean they won't cancel you. It
No,
was the
no,
fact that he
I'm not talking
stood
about.
on
I'm
that
not
shit.
talking about the canceling. It's he stood on it, but it is
Yeah.
also him standing on it. Because again,
Mhm.
if Rick Moranis stood on it, it'd literally be like, "Who are you, little shrimp, to think you're slapping a woman?" But Sean Connery has the power and masculinity behind him, even as he's standing on it, to be like, "Oh, okay, that's a tiger. Let me not prod the tiger."
Yeah, I
Because
mean
as
you
as
have
you're saying, like Gandhi was slapping women, I'm like, how?
no Gandhi. You got to remember Gandhi before he was Gandhi that
True.
he lived in South Africa. Gandhi
That's
lived in
true.
South Africa, and he didn't become that Gandhi till like the last 10 years of his life.
Yeah, he was also in England.
Yeah, England.
Yeah, that's true.
He was, and he grew up his formative years in India. Like he grew up. He had wives and shit like that. Like, look, a large number of Indians believe it's okay, um, for a husband to beat his wife.
Well, also,
I
you
also
got to
sleep
remember
with
as you get
anything that has
older,
a hole, so you know what I mean.
as you get older, your shoulders get kind of tight and stuff, and it's harder to give that slap. So you tend to do it less as you
God, Jimmy.
get on in life.
Hey,
You can call it pacifism or you can call it bursitis.
Listen,
45% of women believe that it's okay to that with one or more reasons that you can beat a woman. So women over there believe that.
yeah. So the
so
best.
at the end of the day, I just want to point out, you and whoever you're with, you have to decide how much nonsense you're going to take from each other, and only you can decide that. My brother is in a relationship. He takes care of everything, and I told him straight up, I would not deal with his chick because she has mental problems and he's paying for everything. Nope, that's not how to do it. Me and my wife, we do 50-50 basically, and I just want to do it. But you have to decide how much you're willing to take and if it's worth it for the kids. But I told my wife a long time ago, when my daughter was little, she said, "Oh, I'm not happy." I said, "Well, your happiness comes second." I said, "Your first responsibility is your kid, and then your happiness, and then my happiness." You have to put in that order because the kids are the most important until they can become adults. Once they become adults, then you go back to whatever you have to. But you have to learn to live with each other in order to raise your kids in a proper manner.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you know the way that you subtly win this game?
Good.
You have a daughter.
I have
That's
a daughter.
check. Yeah, all you have to do is have a daughter, and that's checkmate.
Well, no, my wife, my daughter is always taking my wife's side in any argument.
Yeah, But when your daughter's young, your wife can
Don't
get
worry.
mad.
She will side with you, Ak. Trust me. As
When
she
your
gets
da-
older. Sorry.
when your daughter's young, your wife's gonna get mad about the stuff your daughter does because that hardwired programming, all the things that you complain about to your wife that you guys argue about, your daughter at 1 years old, 2 years old, 3 year old is gonna do that to her. And then she's gonna tell you about how horrible it is, and you just get to sit there in glee. Like my wife will be like, she was she was just being a maniac today. Like she said she wanted a banana and I gave her a banana, but she didn't want it. Then she wanted some crackers and she didn't eat those. Like she doesn't know what she wants. And I was like, oh well, that doesn't sound like anything I've ever heard or anyone I know. And then like my wife like gets the look on her face like she realizes like yeah, all the things I say to you, she's doing to you. Payback sucks.
Listen, Ak, I just want to point out one thing. It, you're basically at home with the kids for the most part, and your wife goes to work, right? Or she works remote.
Ak, wake up.
Yes, definitely.
Ah, so I'm gonna tell you something. For the most part, for the last 21 years that my daughter's been alive, I've worked overnight so that I could take care of my daughter during the daytime. So my wife would go to work and I would take care of my daughter. And my daughter is closer to me than my wife. And anything I tell her to do, she does without question. I can't even count on one hand how many times I had to punish my daughter in her lifetime. I've never gave her a curfew. I've never had to. And I told my daughter a long time ago when she was younger, I'll give you all the rope in the world. Don't hang yourself. But I don't complain about anything crazy. You understand? It's all logical stuff. And you have to be easygoing. And guess what? Your daughter, I'm telling you, in the long run, she will side with you and not with your wife because she will see how annoying the complaining is. And for the most part, guys don't do the annoying complaining. Some do. But if you can restrain yourself and not do that in front of your kids, at the end of the day, I guarantee she will always side with you. Anytime there's a problem, my daughter always comes and says, your wife is annoying. That's your mother.
Yo,
No?
Ak, if you don't mind me saying, like, the theme of the main event is interesting to me, right? That you have who here is surprised by that there's like an alphabet element to this. As far as the assassination of Charlie Kirk, is Ak out?
Yeah, Wicked, that's been going on for the last 4 or 5 years.
What do you
Every
think?
mass shooting.
What do you think about that, Rican? What do you think about what happened with Charlie Kirk?
I think bro, I've been sad the last 3 days. I've watched him for
Did you
the
follow him?
last couple of years. Yeah, I
Oh,
followed
you
him.
did?
Yeah.
Why?
My father called me when it happened and
Wow.
said, my father called me right away, said it happened. I went online, and I saw it. And I'm
Why?
gonna tell
Why
you
would your
something.
father call you and tell you?
My father is very red.
Oh,
He's always
he's a
been.
conservative.
Yeah, he's Puerto Rican. He lives in New York City, and he actually got attacked by some leftists on the train station
What
for
do you
his
mean, some leftist?
Donald. Well, he had a Donald Trump hat, and the guy complained to him, "Oh, you're Hispanic. You shouldn't be voting for that." And my father just said, "Yo, it doesn't matter to you. Like, worry about yourself."
Yeah.
And my father's a 6th-degree black belt, so he knocked him
So he
out.
called you and told you. So you told him that you're a fan of Charlie Kirk.
He knows. He knows.
Yeah. So
I
what
mean,
about Charlie Kirk made you follow him?
so he's just spitting facts. If you tell me something that's logical, even if I disagree with it, I'm going to hear it out first off,
Yeah,
and
this
second,
is what he would do.
I think logically, and I try to instill those beliefs in my daughter. Unfortunately, the way the system is,
It's
my
not like
daughter
that.
was in high school during 2020, and I saw the propaganda for that LGBT nonsense. My half sister who lives with my father, she is part of that LGBT community in New York City.
Who
So I
is?
have my half sister.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, she understands where we stand, and there's no hard feelings.
Yeah, I
And I'm
mean,
hoping
like,
that she will break out of it. And I'll give you my theory in a second. But at the end of the day, I told my daughter, don't go to college. And I will only know in the long run if this works out because I was worried about her being indoctrinated. That was the number one reason. Between you guys and this, the only other person I told this to is one of my cousins.
yeah.
I'm still paying for my wife's college bill 20 something years later.
Now, real quick, does your father know you listen to Agnation?
No, he doesn't know about Ak. I haven't put him on, but my cousin does, my brother does, my wife does, my daughter always goes, is Ak sleeping? She's always asking.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
a
So
lot of
do
times
they,
I'll put it in the morning.
so do they listen to him themselves or not so much, maybe?
Say it again?
Do they follow Ike or not so much? Do they
No, they
watch him?
don't follow it, but I put it on in the house and the TV.
Yeah, yeah. So they know.
So my wife will watch it on my day off, when she's getting ready for work.
And what does she think about it?
She gets upset at the news, and she knows she's not political, but her coworkers always ask what my opinion is because my wife's white, and most of her coworkers that are white always ask my opinion, but they know where I stand on things.
Oh, they know you're conservative.
Yeah, I only voted two Democrats in my whole lifetime since 2000.
Obama?
Obama and a local representative because our brother-in-law was working in his office, so I had to vote for him. And
Did
keep
you
his
vote for
job.
Obama twice?
Unfortunately, yes, I did. Because I have health issues, and I was promised that this would help, and it actually hurt me. And I was so glad with the mandate got taken off, and now I live a little bit better life without the mandate. But I got royally screwed.
So the reason you said you like Charlie Kirk was because you appreciated his logical thinking, right?
Yeah, if you say something and he rebukes it, and he's not all pissed off, screaming and hollering, he's not telling you the way to view things. He's just pointing out the discrepancies in your logic. And once you do that, as a logical person, you go, you know what? I didn't think of it that way. All right, boom. But he's not a decisive person, like for the most part, the left. You need to vote this way. Unfortunately,
They're intolerant. The left is very intolerant.
They claim that they're the party of love and all this nonsense,
Love
but
self-righteous motherfuckers, dude.
oh, listen, my sister's a straight leftist, and I argued for a couple months. I just stopped. There's no sense.
Yeah, there's no.
She's
I mean,
lost.
we've said it here plenty, bro. There's no reason. There's no point in arguing with these liberals. It's no point
No,
at all.
some of them you could, if they have logic, they could view it, but many of them, they can't see past that ideology that they worship, and they don't realize it. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Anyone that thinks that Charlie Kirk deserved it and is happy about it is out of their fucking mind.
Yeah, no, it's retarded. Listen, I always tell my daughter, remember this: the bell curve, the IQ bell curve. Half the population is retarded, the other half is kind of smart.
More than half is retarded.
And
a lot
but
more.
you get what I'm saying. And I just look at everybody when they say something that doesn't make any sense. Okay, you're on that side of the spectrum. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, look, listen. I said it here recently. I don't think I'm a conservative myself. but I know for a fact I'm not a liberal. The liberal train has gone way off the tracks. Something needs to be done about that side, right? Because they're losing their fucking mind over there.
Well, remember this. Remember this. Most people are, for the most part, liberal and Democrat when they're younger. Once you have kids, you become conservatively, financial conservative. You become a financial conservative.
That's
You're
kind of what
first.
happened to me, I would say, give or take.
And then you start realizing, you know what, that doesn't make real too much sense because now you have to think of your family. So conservatively, your financials need to be in place. You understand? And then you realize, well, and I tell my daughter all the time, socialism only works in a household. That's it. Because the father and mother go to work and the kids all benefit. That's the only time socialism works. It does not work anywhere else. It's been proven throughout history. That's it. It's simple. All right.
Yeah. I mean, I know I don't agree with predatory capitalism either, but I agree with you too. You know what I mean? You just wish. I forget who said it earlier. I think it was Jimmy. Jimmy said earlier, and this is a fact. You can't fit people in a good or bad category. People are complicated, right? You can give people the world. People could grow up in a perfect household and they'll still be complete utter pieces of shit, dude.
Agree.
So you can't cookie cut everybody into that.
No, you can't. And even listen, I got my father's brother. He's Democrat. We're trying to push him to the other way. He's always been like that, but because of his wife, I got cousins in red states that are Democrats, and they're surprised to see that I'm in a blue state in New York, and me and my brother and my father are Republican. You know what I'm saying?
Republicans are typically Democrats, right? I know the Cubans are typically, from what I hear anyway, Republicans.
Yeah, because
the Ricans in New York, they're pretty liberal, right? Maybe.
Yes, they're very liberal. I meet people all the time, and they're surprised to see that I'm very conservative. You know.
But I think you got, at least the way I understand it, dude, is and this is my opinion. The Republican Party has done a poor job at marketing itself, and the Democrats have done a great job at marketing themselves to the Latino population. You know what I mean? Because the Latino where I grew up, dude, they're pretty conservative. They just don't know that they fall under that party because even me that I know I have a better understanding of it. I think I look at the Republican Party and they look outdated. It doesn't look. It looks like a bunch of old white men. You know.
I think the left's abandoning of the family is going to cost Latinos.
You said what?
You have.
Let me try one more time. I think
wake up.
I think the left and the Democratic Party kind of not prioritizing family is going to hurt them with the Hispanic vote over time, and that's what I think. I think we learned that in the last election. That's why so many of them voted more conservative.
Yeah, I want to point something out though. As a Puerto Rican from New York, all right. Years ago, Puerto Ricans came to the U.S. in the early 1900s when Puerto Rico got conquered. You guys could look it up. But at the end of the day, we've lost a lot of our culture. I don't speak full Spanish. I speak Spanglish, and most Puerto Ricans speak Spanglish because we lost a lot of our culture. All these other immigrants coming to the country still have their culture. They're going to lose it in the next 3 generations. It takes about 3 generations for you start to lose your culture and to adapt to the American lifestyle or wherever. If you're Britain,
because the whole point is that the new immigrants are not assimilating.
No, the first generation doesn't. They assimilated because we've been in the country accepted legally for over 100 years. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yes,
all these other ethnic backgrounds, you will find if they've been here more than 3 years, then they start to culturally adopt. It doesn't happen overnight. It only happened during the first migration to Ellis Island. They said everybody needs to assimilate. Now it's okay to not assimilate. You understand? Where I live in the neighborhood I live, growing up, you look at my classroom pictures, and there was only a couple Hispanics and a couple of blacks. Everybody else was Irish and Italian. The Irish and Italians lived in the neighborhood, and slowly but surely they moved out. Now you look at it, and my daughter, who is half Puerto Rican and half white, she is the white girl. You understand? Because she does not speak enough Spanish, and because she is light skinned to the point where they believe she's a white girl. You understand? Because it's all Hispanics now. Now, the neighborhood I live in, Trump was here in 2016 fighting for the immigrations at MS-13 that did a lot of murders here. Those girls that were murdered were 2 blocks away from my house in Brentwood. And I grew up with that problem, that immigration problem of MS-13. But we also grew up in the late 80s and 90s with the hip hop culture taking over our neighborhood. And it was a very high crime rated neighborhood. To this day, it still is. And it's very segregated. You know what I'm saying? But culturally, it takes about 3 generations for you to start losing your cultural ties. And Hispanics, for the most part, they don't realize they're Hispanic and they're being lied to that the Democrats are here for them. But once they realize they're more involved in church than any ethnic background. All the immigrants go to church.
At least in the crime statistics, they're allowed to be white.
Yeah, but the problem is when they're in communities, the people are they're saying, oh, you know, the Republicans are the racist ones, and they lie. Once they see it, which Puerto Ricans have seen, how much the Democrats have lied to the Puerto Ricans over the years, and trying to say you're on that side of the aisle, this is how you should think. No, there's a large population of Hispanics that say no, this is not the right way to do it, and that pateria stuff. A lot of them, we have them in our family, but we don't agree on that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what though, the Republican Party is starting to market themselves to Latinos more. You know, yo, I can hear me?
Well, you need more people that are better examples, like Marco Rubio, that's Hispanic. You know, even Ted Cruz, they said he wasn't really Hispanic.
Yo, are you shocked that there's an alphabet element for the shooting?
You talking about the shooter? No.
Is it shocking?
Yeah, I meant to talk about that tonight, but yeah, I did. I guess we'll talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, no, not at all.
Albus said in the chat that this is a whole gripe that use this opportunity of your stream just to get some sleep in.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
escape from your wife.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. They were saying that now it makes sense why you be here sleeping because it's your chance to get away from your girl.
Nah, man, it ain't that.
Albus said it.
Yeah, but I could believe. Hey, man, listen, man. Everything I said was true though. But yeah, it is what it is. Everything is true. And every man knows it is, and every woman knows it is. But we want to try to find a way to bring the slap back, man. But we're gonna figure it out, man.
AK,
crazy.
What's up?
Yo,
You gotta
listen.
start muting yourself too when you do all that shit. It looks like sound like you just stole a car.
I'm at work.
Or what, bro?
Yeah. I'm at work. Sorry. Listen. There's a thing called Jet Alert. It's caffeine pills. I take them every night. It might work for you. It might not. You don't burn yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Caffeine makes me crash though. Like when I drink caffeine, I go to sleep more.
But it's a pill form, so it's different. It acts different. Just so you know, you might want to try it. It's only like $3 at Walmart.
Oh, okay.
It's dirt cheap.
I'll check it out.
So you look in the Tylenol section, look for Jet Alert, and like I said, because I drive at night, so it helps me. So something to look into.
You know what I'm real curious about, Ag, that I can't wait to see? Trump said he's sending the guard to Memphis, right? I want to see what that's going to look like. Because Memphis is a shithole.
We're gonna talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, man. I was gonna talk about that some tonight, but we got off track. But it's all good, man. Bring the slap back.
No, you guys needed to get it off your chest.
Make the
literally.
slap great again. The
Same
campaign.
slap.
You were all
Same
stressed.
same slap time, same slap channel. I'm out of here. Peace.